many times a warning concerning all this issue. Kocha ndi Igbo bai na egwu a na-agba nkịta. Problem ndị Igbo nwere bụ na ha were ego meluchi. Ihe niile bụ ego. Anyị adịghị political in life. Agbụrụ ọbụla adịghị political in life enweghị ebe ha ji azụ eje. Ha ya bụ confused people until ha adị political in life. Average onye Igbo ọbụla believe in ego bụ everything, ego abụghị everything. So tribe anyị na-eme ya. Ihe akpọ onye Igbo asị nwanne gị nọ n'isi si ya na ihe dị otu a stop one ya. Ikwucha ya ọkweghị ọ pụọ n'azụ. Ọ sị na ị na-aghọrị ya aghọrị. Ị chọọ ka o mee investment n'ebe ya bụ tomorrow to make a sort of big money. They want. Then when the problem comes, akpọkasịba na phone ka na-egbu ha na-enyere ha aka. Achị kurie ụlọ niile dị ebe a si kurie ya because unu stupid, very very stupid. Jide ọfọ eze nwa ọ gwasịrị ọnụ na ihe ngwago unu maka concerning some of set up all these tribal and set you know when nuna amaho. Let me tell you, all this Lagos unu na-ego na invest in the Igbo na alopia. Ebe ahụ ị na-ego ana sometimes jee na map allocation jụọ onwe gị kedu ebe ahụ eri ahụ ị na-ego ana kedu ihe edebe ya for. A place called Amodofe ndị Igbo Gorigo is an industrial area. Aya anu uno niile ahụ unu nwere na amụ. In the year 2040, in the year 2035, the reason for federal government is concerning Han and Niger because major of these people are actually Nigerians today migrating from Niger. They see everything before the year 2035. Oh yeah, follow. Every politician knows about that. Oh yeah, Ethiopia. Major thing na Nigeria ga-enwe income Ethiopia. Uno ni na unu na alụ na location ebe ndị Yoruba uno yedo otu ya dia we be 6 mgbe onye ọbụla ya azọba onwe ya. If possible the year 2040 Nigeria cannot be one again. Then ọbụna ha ya abụ one nọrọ restructuring steeti ọbụla ya wepụta laws ha. Ụlọ niile ahụ unu lụrụ na location ebe constitution kwuru na steeti na ebe a bụ industrial area ị ga-elusi ya. Nwere ihe ekwuta about it and the one cut ihe eji eje na the world onwe ebe ị ga-eje pịa mekpegbu because na location kwuru na ebe a bụ industrial area. Ha ma ụma bụ unu nkịtị ka unu na-edevelop be ha niile because ha ma na lost tribe ka unu bụ ndị nzuzu. Tribe niile nwe ya. Onye Hausa ga-ebulu efi ofu ala ha ji na-enwe ehi 5,000 bịa na Lagos lesie ya bukọrọ ego ya na jee na be ha jedebie. So business niile na-ahapụ n'ala Igbo ndị Yoruba afọ ya na onwe onye Yoruba ya je lụọ ụlọ n'ala Igbo o mepee any business. Dangote cement the most too ebe ọ kacha ele afịa bụ na Eastern region na the whole Nigeria after Lagos. Eastern region but na onweghị ofu mkpụrụ warehouse nke o ji enwe depot any investment. The most richest man recorded in Africa enweghị ofu mkpụrụ ya na East. Ọ bụ na onye Igbo dịka Dangote each steeti ọ bụ na ọ ga-alụ ihe ha ka ofu nnekwu ahịa ofu biggest depot a wee na-etu ya afa ndị nzuzu a wee na-etu ya nnekwu afa because unu adịghị political in life. O nwere ihe unu ma. You understand? He watch Dangote na afụgo problem a na-enwe na Nigeria. Obido na-ebupu investment ya na invest in other African country na-ahapụ natazi few na Nigeria in case Nigeria crash ya echi ka onwe ike survive. Unu adịghị political in life. You got to so na call niile na-receive o nwere ihe mmenwu maka ya. Achọsị kurisie ụlọ niile ahụ dị na Bulado sị kurisie ha ncha. Unu bụ agbụrụ na-ezuzu ezuzu. unu nwere ana Igbo ya eme investment. Kedu ihe ma eji akwụrụ ndị Nnewi iwu? Nnewi bụrụ afịa a na-azụ n'akụ niile dị na Naịjirịa bunata ya na be ha mee ya ọ bụla afịa obodo niile bịa ebe azụ bịa. Unu chọọ ka bụ unu dịka Lagos, unu bịa Lagos, unu akpa ego na ana be ha, buru ego ahụ unu kpatara na anapụ unu. Ọ ka obodo ma ihe si eme ihe na-edevelopụ. Gọọmenti na-achị opportunity a this young man a na-akpọ Chinedu take over the power.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra. We are here live and direct, and today is the 19th day of March in the year of our Lord 2022. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers in this hallowed platform where we preach enlightenment for the defense of freedom. Therefore, today, being Saturday, the Sabbath day, I am here with one of us, our sister, Wada Marian T. Heather, who is going to be with me as usual in this discussion, because as usual is going to be interactive session, and the topic is going to be is what are the importance or benefits of religion in our present era. What are the importance or benefits of religion in our present era? But before we move on, because as usual, we are also going to open the lines later on, so that Biafrans we talk their views. They should have their voice on this, have your say. Also, if there is any question on what we say, because we don't shy away from it, they ask. If we have answer, because we learn from each other. If we can answer the question, we do. Or other callers also, we put their mouth on it. Here, all we do is symbiosis, mutual benefit. We learn from each other. That is what we do here. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today, as I said before, is the 19th of March 2022, being Saturday. Before I continue, let me make this announcement. IPOB in Belgium, there will be a rally, a protest to free Mazi Johnathan in Belgium. Mazi Johnathan. The date of that protest in Belgium is the 8th of April 2022. That is Friday. The time will be 12 p.m., 12 to 2 p.m., the local time, the Belgian time. Venue, United Nations Office. Address, Rue de la Loi, 155 1000 Brussels, Belgium. Be there on time. Biafra is ours, and Biafra is here. These are the family in Belgium. Please. Therefore, before I continue, let us pray. Our leader will lead us in a pre-recorded prayer. Let us pray.
we worship. That is why we offer him praise. That is why we offer him adoration and adulation. That is why we have come to submit all that we are today, likely to be tomorrow, and any time in the future, to the mercy and the grace of the throne of heaven. Therefore, Chukwu okike abịama, ekekere eluigwe n'ụwa ọbasi bi n'igwe, nna eze onye ebube, nara ngọzi nara otuto nara ịja mma niile onye nwe m na Chineke. Anyị na-akpọku aha nsọ nke gị, anyị na-erubere gị isi, na-akpụ isi ala nye gị, n'ihi na onweghị onye ọzọ anyị ga-efe ma ọ bụ naanị gị Jehova. Only you are we going to worship. Therefore, we present before you this very evening. We are fallible. We are blemished. But we trust in you and not in man. Therefore, this very entity, this very sceptered land that you bequeathed to our ancestors, this very place that when you were bringing us to, there was no Awusa Fulani anywhere to be seen. But we became so sinful that the very uncircumcised, the very Gentile, that is the white people, British especially, they came, they pillaged, they killed, they colonized, and they handed over your children to those who don't know you. They handed us over to those people. And here we are today. We cannot even worship you properly. We are petitioning you, Chukwu Abịama, in heaven. Please have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon your children. As we sang when we were younger, please, my Lord, be merciful unto your children. This wasn't your plan for us. There was no time you created us to become subservient. Can you? How can your children be slaves? How can your children, your handiwork, the people that you made, how can they become subservient to those who don't worship you? Unthinkable. Is there anything that you want us to do that we are not doing? Is there any other special way? In what way have we wronged you? Are you not merciful anymore? Why are we being humiliated? Why are we being shamed this very way? We call upon your grace with every authority bestowed in us as your children to ask you to come down here to give us the courage, the strength, and the fortitude to resist this very evil that is fast advancing and enveloping your children. Never forget that we represent the light. You created us to bring light to this very darkened and hate-filled continent. The time has come for you to make us whole once again. We have sinned and we have confessed openly. We call upon you. We have nobody else if not you. Chukwu okike abịama. We have nobody else. Nobody else. We have nobody. That is why we come to you. You are not man. Please be merciful. Please raise your children from all over the world, from IPOB families all over this very planet. Give them the vision, the wisdom, the understanding to discern what is to come, and to render every help at their disposal to ensure that your glory will be witnessed upon this very earth, as was prayed for by Yahweh Yeshua, that your kingdom will come and your will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Socio Biafra kana your Chineke. I don't want money. I don't want anything to do with wealth. All I want is Biafra, nothing more, nothing less. We are not doing anything with wealth and riches. So when you had Jaconobanko, absolutely nothing. All we ask for is Biafra. That your name may be worshipped, that you may be praised. Mankind, because of Biafra, will come back to you once again. They will say, we did everything to stop them, but they prevailed. That means that their God is very, very strong. And when they come to us and ask us, please tell us the name of this your God, we tell them, Chukwu Okike Abiyama. We do so that your name may be praised now and to eternity. He said,
once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra House Service, where we learn. This is the University of Radio Biafra. Therefore, I will bring in our sister, our own. Wada, please introduce yourself before we go on.
Good afternoon, Mazi Johnathan, and good afternoon to all the listeners today. Once again, it's a privilege for me to be speaking on this platform, this hallowed platform, with a legend and an institution like Mazi Johnathan. I count it as a privilege. My name is Marian Hader, and I'll be speaking from Maryland in United States. And I hope to be a tool that can impact us or bring an enlightenment to what we're about to discuss today, the importance of religion to humanity. Thank you very much. I wish everybody a good listening time and looking forward to your reactions, your questions, and your input. God bless for now.
We must continue. Before I go on, please, I want to just say this, and also in a few minutes I will allow you to say something about it. Owing to the situation, the former governor Obiano, how he was the governor of Anambra State for good 8 years. Immediately after handing over, after his tenure is finished, he didn't wait for even 1 second. He flew from where he handed over the power down to Lagos in order to travel, to run away to Houston, Texas. This thing, every time we shout, oh, our problem, the whites, the Europeans are killing us, they are exploiting us. I see this as a direct colonization, exploitation. Look at, he is going to Houston, Texas with his family in order to live there. Therefore, he came from the same Houston, Texas to become the governor of Anambra State. Is it not a direct colonization? How can he contribute in building Anambra where it's not a place he's going to live? I see this, I think about this, I said, Egudio, honestly speaking. This is a direct slap on every Biafran, not only Anambra, every Easterner, every Biafran. Because these people, they are using our heads anyhow. Do you know the reason? We are the people that are supporting them. Once they dish out 1,000 naira, one cup of rice, you see people hailing them. Honestly, direct from his handover, direct to airport to run away from. Now, how do you think everything he's done, his money, the whole lootings, it will be in his place of abode? And let me tell you, they didn't stop there. The wife is also contemplating or trying to contest for senatorial seat in the same Anambra. These people, I tell you honestly, if they come back tomorrow, if Obiano come back tomorrow and bring out bags of money and share, pieces of Indomie, sachets of Indomie, you see people still hailing them. There I say, the problem we have, it is not about the political elites, it is not about foreigners. The problem we have is we as a people. We. Had it been as Obiano finished, he want to go to airport, as he's driving off from that handover place from Oka, people will come out in mass to block him. It doesn't matter. And we know that Kakino be leader. But these people, they do things with impunity because we, the people, we support them. They receive support. That is the reality. They receive support from the people, from the grassroots. People will still come out to help them. Once they give you 1,100 naira, they buy your conscience and you start shouting. People without dignity, we keep on shouting here. Look at from this is he smeared shit in our faces, all of us, not only Anambra, every Biafran, because that is, all of them can do it with impunity. And tomorrow he will come back, or his wife will come back to vie for senatorship, and she will dole out money they stole from you to make your lives miserable. And you will still you will see people rallying around them, supporting them. Yeah. I give up sometimes. It makes me to try to give up on our people. But no remedy. But we must continue. Wanda, do you have anything to say about it before we continue?
I have a mouthful, but I'm not going to take a lot of time. What you are talking about is happening right now, even in Ebony. Can you believe that some people, group of people, mothers, husbands, children, will come out to be protesting on behalf of Dave Umai after everything he did to that community? Can you believe it? But it's happening right now. So what you're saying is, one, is an indictment to the grassroots people, that they are responsible for most of the things happening to them. It's a case study for every Biafran to understand and start and read it as a book, what happened to Obiano, that it is not about where we have stayed or where you have stayed, it's about your character. Because if this man has stayed in Texas, United States, and why he's running back is because he's going there to enjoy the comfort somebody else fought for, somebody else administered, somebody else instated. Give him the benefit of that. Okay, America was already built before he went there, but he came down here and is enjoying all this comfort. You will think that the main propelling factors that made him to vie for a position of office in Biafra land or in Nigeria is to bring that goodness back to his people. But what did he do? He flipped everything on his head, embezzled and abused. It's not just that he abused the trust people put into his hands. He abused the community. He made them. He's like saying, "You guys are fools. You didn't have to trust me in the first place." So even in this quest we are pursuing, It's not because people are in diaspora, they're going to come home and make it better. No. That is why we must pay attention to one's character. What have you done before? Not what you're promising to do for me. Can you show me the legacy of your behavior? Can you show me if you have empathy? Let me see your works before I can hire you, because the grassroots are the ones hiring people. That is the argument I'm having for all these people wriggling out their head or coming out and talking about they want to overtake Mazi Kanu, or they know better than Nnamdi, or the structures Mazi Nnamdi put in place. It's easy to say that, but the question is, are you disciplined? Because when you have to know somebody is when you put people in a place of power. That is why they say that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you are gullible before they put you in power, it will make you even more gullible. If you have a criminal in tendencies or intentions before you got into power, believe me, when you get there, you're going to be worse. These people must understand this. So Obiano came in and doo-dooed everywhere, and now he refused to clean up, stay in his doo-doo. He want to run away from it. I'm going to give this adage quickly. There was a man that was renting a place, and because he did not like, he fell out with his landlord, he decided to travel to vacate the place, and he doo-dooed all over the place, messed the whole place up, packed his luggage and left. And he arrived at the airport. There were bad weather, a lot of cancellation, and he could not fly back. And he did not have money to rent a hotel. And he didn't have friends where he could stay. He had to go back to that same house. But you know what he had to do first? To clean up his mess. So Obiano refused to go back, stay home at least one day with his community and enjoy the mess he created. That's why he was running to go to the comfort somebody else had made. Shame on him, shame on all of them, and this is a lesson for us to know. And believe me, somebody like me, by his grace, I'll be alive when Biafra will come. He must come in my own time, and all of us that are seriously pushing Biafra. One of the laws I will propose is that once you have ruled for the tenure, whether it is 2 times, you can never hold any other political office in Biafra, because an outrage. You come in, you become a governor or a minister or whatever you are. You rule for 8 years. People give you that mandate. You didn't achieve anything. You flip it. You go for another position. Or if you, as a husband, your wife was a minister, or you as a governor like Obiano, the wife can never participate in any political office. Somebody like me, if I have that opportunity, I will propose for things like this, because it doesn't make sense. That's one of the things that kept that zoological republic like that. People are running around, changing positions, changing offices. You are once a governor, then they're paying you your gratuity, paying you your pension as a governor. You switch around and become a senator, and then you're getting paid again. And there are people who cannot even get their common 30,000 naira as a salary. It's an outrage, and we must look into it, but that's not where we're going now. Mazi, I'm going to use at this moment. I am really angry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, when you continue watching what is happening in our land, it makes you always sad before God and man. The way, our people are bastardizing issues. It is very, very sad and pathetic indeed. They confiscate the fund meant to rotate. Mind you, money is not only meant for luxury. No. Money is meant to rotate, flow, and touch citizens. Do you understand? That is why, like in Nigeria, they made sure that this money, this fund, is confiscated by the ruling class, so that it doesn't touch to the grassroots. I was watching before I came on air, one boy in the same Anambra that I produced from grassroots, telephone direct, and what he's saying, which is right, that we are not begging governments in order to give us, dash us money. No, but to make funds available the same way developed countries are doing. Every citizen have rights to loan without interest in order to fund whatever he wants to do, because he's a citizen. Fund is made in order to contribute for the development of the country, not for politicians to confiscate it. If a loan to bank, you want to get loan to bank, they will tell you, bring what do they call it? What is that terminology?
Collateral.
That is more than that money. If you have that collateral, why then are you going to borrow? You know. And the people don't understand what it means. Every citizen should have access to funding, direct, because money is there in order to help you, catalyze you for the benefit, for your benefit and for the benefit of the country. Now, the smartest thing they did is to make sure to confiscate that fund, so that it doesn't flow to the grassroots. Now they sentence everybody into poverty. Now you continue looking for money all the days of your life, and your natural talent will dry up inside you, because it's only when you have access to fund that you will use your talent. You will bring out your talent, because it needs funding. But one thing they did is to make sure to confiscate that funding among politicians. You hear them, billions, you know. Now Obiano is in EFCC custody. He will arrange with them, give them their own court, and tomorrow he will come out and go and say, my political enemies are behind this, but thank God nothing was found in me. And you will see people also clapping. And sometimes I wonder, what type of Homo sapiens are we? What? I cannot understand. People that clap and support their killers, those that are killing them. Look at talents dying in our land. Look at people that are supposed to be scientists, innovators, inventors. Because of the frustration, no fund, nothing. Now they are going into courtism, killing each other. You know. All the government could do is multiplication of different security forces with big guns. And you say, what type of humans are these? It is high time we call a spade a spade. It is high time we become, reasonable. We reason like human beings that we are created to be. Let us move on, please. Before I go into the subject of the discussion, today's discussion, I will love to reiterate on my normal comment, my usual comments. Please stop calling these people the House of Fulani. There is nothing like House of Fulani as one people. This is part of the grand deception. When you call them House of Fulani, you are giving them, confirming what they want you to call them. Do you understand? When you call them the House of Fulani, you are solidifying their conquest. This word, House of Fulani, is an artificial creation. It started right from the conquest of the Hausas by Ottoman Danfodio, who they revere till today, the Fulani. When he manipulated the Hausas to conquer themselves in the early 19th century, he immediately brought down the many Fulani from the Sahel, and ordered every Fulani male to marry as many Hausa women he could. As many. because that is in order to compromise their blood lineage. And from there, that was the origin of this word, Hausa Fulani. But in the real sense of it, there is nothing like Hausa as a people. Only the language remained. You understand? They are using these wordings, this deception, in order to continue rallying the remnants of the Hausas to continue doing their dirty jobs for them because of their sheer population. But today I am telling the Hausas to rise up, take up the challenge. The Fulani, they are not your friends. They conquered you in 1808 and pronounced the Sokoto Caliphate in 1809, where they made sure to reduce you to ordinary almajiri, beggars till death. But all hope is not lost. You are never defeated until you accept it. Europe we are seeing today, they were conquered by Arabs for 800 good years. 800 good years. The Hausa conquest has only taken place just 200 and something years back. Only. Just 1/4, almost 1/4, a little bit over 1/4 of what the Arabs did to Europe. But still, one time the Europeans, they galvanized themselves and struck back. And that is why you see Europe today as Europe, not part of Arab. Do you understand? Do you know 800 years is almost 200 years more short of a millennium, but they struck back. Hausas, it is your time. This is your time. What we are doing here is not only for the liberation of Biafra, no, but every indigenous population that is unfortunate enough in order to find herself in that entity, evil entity called Nigeria. Radio Biafra London is in defense of freedom. Freedom for everybody. You understand? We are not against anybody. What we are against is tyranny, enslavement. That is what we are against. It doesn't matter who is the victim. We don't care. We fight against tyranny, enslavement. That is it. Because all human beings are born equal and free, and that freedom we must achieve. Therefore, please stop calling them the House of Fulani. Now, as I said, the topic of our submission or our interaction today, I should say, is what are the importance or benefits of religion in our present era? Also, if lines are open, you can also submit, make your own submissions. You can name the importance of the benefits of religion, because everybody is entitled to his view. Here we learn from each other. Let me go into it. I say, primarily, before we even talk about the benefits, let us also define religion again. We have been saying it here, but we continue. Primarily, religion is usually defined as a socio-cultural system of designated behaviors. These are the key words, please. Socio-cultural system of designated behaviors and practices, morals, beliefs, worldviews, texts, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, or organizations that generally relates humanity to supernatural, transcendental, this big word, what it means is beyond the human experience and the spiritual elements. However, there is no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion. You know, with all these characteristics, it simply means a way of life. That is it. Because when you are socio-cultural system, behaviors, morals, beliefs, worldviews, tastes, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, organization, it means simple. You are aware of life. That is what it means. That is religion. You are aware of life, nothing more. Okay, continuing further. Also, religion could simply be defined as the belief in and the worship of a superhuman or supernatural being controlling power. Controlling power. That is why you worship or believe in him or her or that entity. Controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. Now, this definition means that one could believe or worship anything he thinks as superhuman or supernatural being, which he feels that is controlling power. Religious beliefs mostly comes into full play, listen attentively, when there is a sense of ignorance of the situation, helplessness, or powerlessness. During the early time in human history, some of the questions that defied human understanding as of that era, which were also used to catalyze more beliefs in religion, have today been answered through science. Such questions and natural occurrences are: why are rivers and oceans generally blue? It was a question that now science has answered it. But this thing, before science could answer all these questions, or generally blue. It was a question that now science has answered it. But this thing, before science could answer all these questions, or it was a question that now science has answered it. But this thing, before science could answer all these questions, or earthquakes, hurricane, etc. These are questions that the early men could not answer, and they saw it as a place. Some even worship. That is why some believe in the worship of thunder. Some, not knowing, not understanding how these things happen. Do you understand? I don't know whether people are following me. But advanced scientific research is still going on to understand if there is any existence of dark matter and dark energy, black hole, and also to understand the origin of this planet. Science is still making research. That's no-go area. No, don't think about, you want to question God. No, God created this brain in order to do that type of research. Do you understand? In the future, I believe it, the scientific answer to these questions could contradict religious beliefs of now about these issues. Because science is based on observation and reasoning from observation, while religion assumes that human beings can access a deeper level of information that is not available by either observation or reasoning. Just believe it. It is like that. Belief. Generally, we neither knew where we came from, nor where we are heading to after this life. Religion tries to fill that vacuum of natural human ignorance of some issues through belief. What am I trying to say? You see that some of the things we are enjoying today, these are things that during the early time or the period of early human being, all these things are, or we are no-go areas, things that we are religious. Today we can, you can speak from just in your room, any part of the world, and the whole world will be listening. Is it not a miracle? But it is science. Before, people couldn't believe that things like this could happen. Maybe if somebody thought about it, because of the religiosity of the people, they will say they can stone the person to death. How do you think that somebody could fly? So, like as I said, we never knew where we came from, nor where we are heading to after this life. That is for now. But let me tell you, maybe in the future, science, there will be, maybe it's not in our time, maybe not in our generation, maybe in the next 100 years, maybe in the next 200, 300 years, but it is not impossible that there will be science breakthrough. You understand? On the existence of dark matter and dark energy, black hole, and so on, which will unravel the origin of this world, and which will also let us understand, going further, where we came from and where we are heading to. I don't remove it that it is impossible. No. It is a question of time. Because what you are enjoying today, you want to go anywhere, you enter flight. Let me tell you, about 1,000 years back, maybe in 10th century, if you talk about people could fly, maybe that time they can even stone you to death. That don't say this. If you say it, you want to imitate God. But today, hundreds, if not thousands of tons of chunk of irons, steels, glass, plastic, wood will be flying controllably on air. Do you know the latest in the weaponry? There is now a hypersonic missile. You know what? Before it was supersonic. 2 or 3 times more than the speed of sound. Now it is hypersonic. Russia is leading in that technology, and China. As of today, they say they use it to strike some place in Ukraine. You understand? Hypersonic, hundreds of times more than the speed of sound. So air shield system can contain it, because before you can even react, before the air can even blow siren to witness that the thing is there, I have already struck the target. These are technologies. Quantum physics, they are researching on how to simply disappear. Simple, just in simple terms. A plane, an aircraft that hundreds, tens and hundreds of passenger aircraft that people will enter inside, a journey that might take 5 hours or 7 hours might just take 2 minutes. People will enter into that flight, and the aircraft will start, and before you know, you see yourself in the airport of another country. These are possibilities, because human being, we are in charge of this world. What religion is doing is to reduce the capacity of our humanness. That is where I will stop for now. One other, I don't know whether you have something to say before I go on. Go on, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you're always excellent in how and your exposures. What you're talking about is time bending. You know, trying to manage time. That is what the last statement you made, which is so true. That's the saddening part of what religion is doing in Africa, especially West Africa. And let's be critical and go straight to Nigeria. It has made people not to think. It has made people to depend or just pray and everything will be fine. While other society are moving on. Look at all the things you have mentioned. We don't even know them over there. They don't even have the opportunity to even view it because they may not have electricity. Even when you have electricity, you may not have the internet. So it's like it has put them in a darkness, total darkness, away from civilization. Let me go back a little bit to what you said about the young man that came up with a telephone. A society like where I am, it's not just the government. The question is, why can't individuals? This is what has made places like America unique. You see a talent like that, all these business people that have money, you invest in this young man and cut a deal with him. It doesn't have to be government, because there are people who are just inventors. They are great thinkers. They may not have money, but there are people who are investors. They invest in individuals like that and they make money off it, and everybody will be happy. These are things our people, I believe, when Biafra comes, we should be thinking about, and should be. You are called innovators, but you have sponsors.
This point you made, but can you consider this issue in a place so primitive and hate-filled like Nigeria? Do you think that people can do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely? Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each other, invest some talents just like that freely. Let me tell you, sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person, a time will come, do this and help each sometimes if any person ventures privately to invest in this person,
But look at the reverse. Mazi Nnamdi, who had this better opportunity than him, left his family, came down to liberate us, to bring enlightenment, to remove us from this darkness, this stronghold based mostly on religiosity and bad wickedness and system coming from wicked politicians, to open our eyes, let the scale fall off so that we can be liberated, because Nigeria has become a brain killing place, innovation killing place. It doesn't matter how smart you are, it doesn't matter how intelligent you are or what you can do, Nigeria will kill that person's mindset. Even when you think about it, the question is, why are these so-called elites, why do they send their children abroad? Because they know what they have done to the system. They know that if they leave their children there, they will amount to nothing. That's the level of wickedness. Why can't they just, all people are asking, give them the basic amenities, the threshold to strive? That's all they're asking them. Let it be a fair, playing ground. We know that it may never completely be fair, but just give people something, the basic amenities, light, water, good road, security. These are the basic things people are asking for, but they don't want to give it. They want to come in and rob like Robin Hood and run away to another society and dump the money. And that when they die, then their dead body will be brought back and be glorified, to the shame of all of us. So that is the job you are doing. That is the job everybody must do, to let us know that power belongs to us, to let us know that we are corporate, heavy corporates into what is happening to us. And that is why we must all put in all our strength, our energy for this liberation of Biafra, so that we can take our destiny and run with it. It doesn't stop anybody from practicing religion, because what religion is supposed to do is to give us what you call social collective wellness, social wellness. I'm trying to find the right word for it. Like it's supposed subjective well-being. Make us feel good. It's about feeling. Make us feel good. There's no empirical experimental argument that you can say that religion can do this for you. It's all about feeling, giving us hope, and giving us hope to questions we may not be able to address right now. But that does not address the core questions. It can't give you, if you're hungry today, if I'm hungry today, I can pray from now till tomorrow. Food cannot fall from heaven. I'm only being hopeful. Maybe somebody might come into my house. Maybe I can go outside and somebody might be kind enough to give me money. It wasn't my prayer that did it for me. It's because I ran into somebody, or somebody met me and physically gave me that food or gave me money. And that is why we must, even though I am not here to talk down on any religion, but we must move away from basing our hopes on religion. It doesn't solve problem. It gives us feeling, comfort, hope at that moment, but that problem still lingers on. I'm going to yield there.
Yeah, thank you, Mother. Like we talk about what are the benefits or importance or benefit of religion in our present era. As we might know, at the early time or the early period of human history, the brain of human beings have not developed just like now. Although, according to science or scientific reports, the best inventor, the best thinking brain, scientific report, the best inventor, the best thinking brain in the world of today is using less than 10% of his brain capacity. For you to understand, for you to understand what is in the brain. The best thinker or the best inventor or the best human being thinker is using less than 10% of his brain or her brain capacity. Now you tell me, why are we not in Africa in Nigeria investing on brain, because there lies the secret. Do you understand? It is no more time of belief. Before, many things, just like a baby, as a kid, you believe that your father is the most powerful human being on earth. That is natural. Anything that happens outside, you cry, I will tell daddy, I will tell daddy, because you believe that your daddy is the most powerful human. Who will stand before your daddy? Who is the president? A baby, a kid doesn't know that, because the brain has not developed into understanding many things, how things work. That was at the time of the human antiquity, the medieval period, when human beings, we are still at the preliminary stage, brain wise. Now that vacuum was filled with belief. Belief is natural. Do you understand? Because at that time, for people to be galvanized, for people to become one or continue being a unit, there must be a common belief system. That was during the medieval time. Do you understand? That that was the benefit of religion at that time. And as people move from one place to another, some will dwell in this place, some will move and continue. That place now, because of the natural occurrences there, because of the environment, because of what they are experiencing, it shapes their belief system. And that is their lifestyle. That becomes their culture. That becomes their tradition. Because religion is just a tradition. But today, the world is a global village. We have moved away from the era of belief to the era of technology. Do you understand? Just like I will say, religion helped in creating an ethical framework and regulates values in day-to-day life. This particular approach helps in character building of a person. In other words, religion acts as an agency of socialization. Thus, religion helps in building values like love, empathy, respect, and harmony, which means for a religion to achieve its desired positive result to the people, it should be indigenous and not foreign imposed. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. This is the reason why in a present day religion-based governments, they are always hostile to other intruding foreign religions for fear of causing social disharmony and chaos, which in this modern era could also be termed as a direct infringement on individual human rights. So, what am I trying to say here? That the benefit of religion as before, it helped in creating an ethical framework, and it regulates values in day-to-day life. But when you check all these things, yes, it means that for a people to advance, to continue, first of all, what matters is organization. Organization matters, and religion fits in to be a very huge organizing factor for humanity. Now, human being has mutated because it has been organized mostly into governments. Before, there was nothing, there were kingdoms. You go and conquer, your might is its rights before, although it is now, but it is no more like before. Before you expand as your might can. That is the reason why Europeans during the colonial period, they were able to expand. They entered Africa. There is not only any, if you kill or you become killed. If you conquer any place, you take. You understand? In that case, religion becomes handy, because religion mobilizes the people. In order to have a common goal, common belief. That was that during that medieval period. Now you term the people that you are conquering as infidels, in order to remove that humanity in you, that remorse that you are killing a fellow human being. Now religion will push you into regarding them as lesser humans. That is the mindset of the Fulani today, because they never come out from that medieval mentality. Also, no matter that Christianity is kind of mutated, but in a way they are using. I could remember they will tell you Galatians 5:19. Yoke not yourself with the unbelievers. Who are the unbelievers? Why that discrimination? Do you understand? The Muslims, yes, the Muslims are doing their own in a violent way, but Christianity being pacified. But there are still things that are in the text that is inhibiting factor that is killing us. That thing makes you now in our land to see your brother as an unbeliever. Therefore, I don't have to be in the same meeting with him, because they are unbelievers. Do you see what we are suffering in our land? Do you see it? Well, I don't know whether you have anything to add here before I continue, because if you allow, I will continue more. Go on, please, if you have anything to add.
Because that justifies the action. Even with the agitation we're doing now, some people will tell you, oh, I'm not of this world. I'm going to, when I die, I'm going to heaven. Heaven is my home. Why should I fight for Biafra agitation? Why should I fight for Biafra actualization? This place is not my home. My place is in heaven. Meanwhile, how can you begin to believe or look forward to a place you don't even know whether it exists or not? It's just a belief. But where you are, that's where you get your food. That is where you're supposed to grow old. That's where you're supposed to get. You don't want to make it comfortable. You don't want to contribute for it to have your freedom here. You don't have a freedom of self. You don't have a freedom to reason as human being. You don't have a freedom to grow and do whatever you want to do. Explore your mind. Because the positive thinker says the mind is a terrible thing to waste. You want to wait until you die and go to heaven. You don't know whether it exists. So these are some of the things that religion has created in our society. And division, what it does, it divides us into pieces. And when it divides us, we begin to fight among ourselves. Because, that like we say in our
foreign imposed religion, foreign religion.
That's exactly how they did it, how they conquered us. You know, they use religion, the same old script. That's what they have been using, and then we took it. Even when you come to these foreign religions, you're talking about denominations. Somebody who is a Pentecostal does not want to have anything to do with a traditional Christian religion. These ones are born again, these ones are not born again. Look at how it has disunited us. We can't even function as a people. So how can you have a progress when you are not united? How can you reason alike when you are not even agreeing on one thing that you're one?
Can I ask you this question? Is there any difference when the Fulani, the Islamists, call non-Muslims unbelievers, that infidels, and now you come to Christianity in our land today? There is a text I could remember. I don't know the particular chapter now. I think it's in Galatians. Do not yoke yourself with unbelievers. There is no communion between light and darkness. and people interpret it. What is there any difference? What is the difference between the Fulani, you know, when the Muslims, when they do it against non-Fulani, and now Christians even disassociate their own brothers? I think the only thing is that they don't kill them, but in their actions, can you also touch on that?
It's the same thing. There is no difference. It's just like if you try, when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name because that justifies what you want to do. It's the same thing. Even in our own society, in our Biafran land, even in our Igbo land, somebody will say, or you're from the traditional healer, you must be satanic. This one you say, oh, because I'm a Christian, I cannot associate with you. Which should have nothing to do with our relationship. That's your faith. That's what you believe in. So why is the same thing that the Hausas are doing, the Fulanis are doing, I meant to say, or Muslims, let's just say Muslim. When they tag you that name, infidel, that it justifies them to kill you because an infidel is worthless. An infidel is already bound to hell. They are trying to help God to satisfy that. But when you go to society where they have refused to go into this religious fanaticism, which is what makes the Western world like it's different, like we call it religious intolerance. You believe in whatever you want to believe, but you see, the what comes for that we are all human and we all have every right to practice what we want, and we should have the right to pursue life at its fullness until I die. Then I know whether there is heaven on earth. I don't even know whether there is. But why can't I enjoy where I am now? That's what the religion have done to Africa, especially in Nigeria. And that is why we must, again, I continue to go there because this is the message I would like us to get today. We must support fully the agitation and separation of us from Nigeria so that we can have our God-given potential. Like you said, the best human being is using only less than 10% of the brain capacity. Ask yourself the question. I believe, which I have told my daughter, not that I believe, I told my daughter, if I was in Nigeria, I would not be able to accomplish most of the things I accomplished today. It's the same me. America did not put a new brain in my head. America did not put new neurons in my mind, in my brain. It's the same neuron that I was born with. But if I had stayed in Nigeria, that would have destroyed. Probably I would have been dead by now. Amounted to nothing, you know. But it's because I changed environment that helped to develop the potential, to bring out the potential I already had. And that was one of the way I encouraged my daughter. I said, you have opportunity here because the society you are encourages you to make use of your brain. So Nigeria have made themselves to be a place of dumping and killing potentials and brain. That is why when we go outside Nigeria, and that's why everybody's like, when we leave, you see yourself thriving, you see yourself blossoming like a flower that has been a plant that has been in the desert, but now it's opportune to have some water. It is not the people, it's not the brain capacity of the individual, it's the environment, and that's why we must change it. And religion is one of the things they are using to give people hope. Don't worry, you don't have to go to school. Don't worry, you don't need anything here. But the person that is ministering to you is amassing wealth that is beyond explanation. Well, they cannot even finish here. From my perspective, there's no difference between the politicians and the so-called religious leaders in Nigeria. I rest here.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, bad governance. Okay, let me say this. Today, we could see that developed human governance has taken over most of the functions of religion witnessed during the earlier period of human history. You know, what I explained before about religion creating an ethical framework and regulates values in day-to-day life. Now it is the function of a government. Government-developed governance, human governance, has taken over what they were using religion to, to rally people around for. That is the reason why also the people in developed countries pay their primary allegiance to their government and not their religion. Do you understand? while maintaining their natural cultural values. Yes. You know, like today, what is happening in Ukraine, for example, it is not God that is sending missiles. It is human. You understand? So,
Yes.
also, the people in Russia, they trust in their government. And that is why there is no, they believe and they know that their government is well to do. That is why they are giving them protection. No missile lands in Russia. Something that the people, like if for example in Nigeria, there is a maybe an expected attack, international attack on Nigeria. The only thing, because people have no other way, they cannot trust the government because the governments have no capability. Now people will go on into dry fasting, praying, oh God help us. That thing you are praying for God to help you. Governments, developed governance of human governance, have taken that responsibility. Why? Because they allow the science, they allow the human brain to develop. They help the human brain to develop something that in Nigeria is not achievable. Because in Nigeria, they make sure to stifle talents and brains, and they push people into religious centers to continue calling God that God is what will help people. You know, there's a video I used to play before starting by one Reverend Oloma, who is also doing fantastic.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah. He said, if people are saying, oh, I cast demon is your problem, they tie your future, your destiny. No, you are looking at the spiritual demons. No, there is nothing like that. Those that tied your future, your destiny, are people like Obiano. Look at, why is he running away? These are the Nigerian politicians. They are the demons, but because of ignorance, you don't know. Because they bribe your conscience with money. Now they go to, instead of the religious centers, the clergy, to tell you the reality. Now they are telling you still the same thing that people were being told 1,000 years back. Oh, call upon God, He will help us. So in the era of drought, because that time human being depends on nature for everything. But do you know today there is artificially catalyzed rain or artificially induced rain? I think it's been championed by Japan. If there is no rain, a place of drought like this, they can spray something, chemicals on the air, and within short time there will be rain. What you spend your time praying and fasting, oh, I cast that the rain will come because of religion. Now human being has entered, persevered, and used the brain, the natural brain, in order to achieve this. Why are you so backwards? Because when you continue believing in God will do, God will do. In this 21st century, where Russia is championing a hypersonic, more than 200,000 kilometers per hour, traveling vehicle. Do you know what it means? And you are still in a primary stage of life. Just like I used to give it as an example. When you have a child, it's a baby. He needs breastfeeding, because it's a time, it's a baby. From 0 day to maybe 9 months or 1 year, you breastfeed him. Yeah, it's no problem. But the time comes after that period, you remove you wean the child, you remove the breast, the milk from him. You don't hurt him, but because he's supposed to develop, he can cry. But that doesn't matter, because you want him to develop naturally. At the time, carrying on the body, at the time you start putting him on the ground to sit down. From sitting down, he learn how to crawl. From crawl, you'll be protective of him because of the situation he is. Now, a time comes, he start attending kindergarten. Every time you go, maybe, you know, he can fight, somebody will beat him and he will cry, and you cuddle the baby. Because it's the time. A time will come, he enters primary school. A time in that primary school, a time will come when every time he cry, come and meet you, daddy, 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 somebody beat me. A time will come telling him, Onye Kogi here, beat him back. You are now a man. Do you see it? That is development. A time will come from that beating him back. A time comes, maybe you are taking the child to school. As a boy, sometimes he will tell you, I'm grown up, I don't want to even enter the car. Don't carry me again to school. I beg, I can go by myself. You know, it's development. Do you see it? Now, if she enters or he enters university, for example, at maybe 18, 20 years, somebody, he fought with somebody and he cried from university, come and tell you, hey, somebody beat me. Just an ordinary fight, like a children's fight. At 20. And he will still come back to you as the parent. Hey, daddy, come and fight for me. Are you not going to feel embarrassed? That is what Africans, Nigerians are doing to God. We are aroused.
They want to relinquish power. They want to be the God of all these people, because they don't want to teach people how to fish. They want to be feeding them with the fish because they are afraid. They are worried. They don't want them to grow. That's just in a nutshell. Nobody is saying don't practice your religion, but religion itself needs to evolve from the primary stage to where everybody is today. For example, the Israel they're talking about, which is the home of most of this religion, especially the Christian religion and Torah, those who are Torah reading. Do people understand that that place is most part of Israel is a desert? But today they have one of the freshest farm you can get. They turn the desert land into a fertile land, just like what you're talking about. Rain.
Fasting.
That's where I'm going. It wasn't true prayer and fasting, true pure science. We all saw when Hamas were shelling them recently, how were they able to protect themselves, tiny Israel, with a science called dome. They didn't pray over it, but they are the home. That is the root of this religion. Why is it that our own is not evolving? Because some people have made it their duty to hold people captive, because that's how they are feeding their belly. You talk about Saudi Arabia. That's supposed to be a desert. Every day people are going on vacation. Go and see what they're doing there. They're converting a desert into a fertile land. This is pure science. But you can't get that where you and I come from, because these guys don't want it to happen. That is what self-enslaving our people because of greed, because of wickedness. And our people cannot understand that. You went as far as talking about if Nigeria is invaded today, what they will do. Mazi, let's talk about what we see on Facebook every day. Our shops are being burned down, homes are being burned down. Have you seen any fire truck? All you will hear people saying, oh, Jesus, oh, and the fire will burn and galvanize everything, consume everything. You think people will learn? Some of these buildings that have been burned down could have been saved, if not completely, partially. These businesses we have lost. But the whole mall will burn down, no single water. Because even if the fire service comes there will be no water. Even if you call them, they may not have personnel, or the vehicles might not even be functioning. And you see our people stupidly in this modern age, where the whole world is one. Whatever is happening in one part of the globe can be seen in another part of the globe. And my people will be there praying, calling on Jesus. Oh, Jesus, Jesus. I'm not casting any religion, but it's not everything that God can do for you. That's why He gave us brain to reason and say, go, according to their Bible, go and dominate the world. Gave us dominion over every other thing. But these people continue to preach to them, no, you don't have to have dominion. You have to continue to depend on God to do everything, even when He gave us sense. That's what you try to explain with the analogy of a child and a parent. That's what I wanted to bring in.
Of course. Because just as you said, and as I was saying, what people are doing in Nigeria, you know, when you have a child that depends on the parents even until more than 30 years, it's a defect. It's defection. It's a defect.
It's a defect.
Yes, it's a defect. He has stunted growth. That is in the sight of the God self. Is what the way they are seeing, the way he's seeing Africans, Nigerians. They cast out, they do this and that. The primary importance of religion is galvanizing. The time, you know, there were kingdoms, even human beings have not been organized. The primary function of a religion is, you know, people that have common faith, common belief, you know, because of the environment. Now they gather together and stay, do things as one body. That is the only thing, or the most important thing. All these things they are doing now, normally there is government in our era, modern era. Government, everything have been shaped. You understand? It's no more a time you can go from one country and invade another and stay there. We saw what happened to Saddam Hussein when he invaded the Kuwait in the 90s. We saw it.
Yes.
But had it been, it was maybe in the antiquity. It is his luck. He will kill anybody, everybody there, and take it. And it will be annexed. Because it is the same human being, the same world. It is human being that organized the world, his brain. It is still human being. That is why we talk about the world order. It is the same human being that organizes it. People check it out.
Even the religion comes from the human mind. The religion comes out from the human mind.
Exactly. Because it is not, you know, just as I used to ask, look at flights today. You see MiG and other F aircrafts, F-35, F-19, F-16 fighters dropping bombs off, going on Mach 2 or Mach 3. Okay, does it mean that the materials that we are used in constructing these aircraft, were they not existing in this world during the time of Christ? It's a question I used to ask.
They have been there, and I can tell you most of them are coming from Africa.
Okay.
Go and write.
Okay. Then why people should ask themselves why we are doing no, let me not be where we are. Why was there no aircraft during that time? Why was aeroplane invented?
Mankind had not used the mind then to figure it out.
That is it.
The gold mine people are looking for is in the brain, is in the mind. That is why the mind of man is a terrible thing to waste. That is why there's a saying that the richest place on earth is the graveyard, because there's a lot of mind that we are not exploited. Let me give this quick story to our listeners. Last month, I traveled to one remote part of West Africa. Very remote. It's like I went 100 years back in time. When I arrived there, Mazi, they were all looking for something I could give to them. We don't have money. But Mazi, when I went there, I saw great potentials. And I was telling them, trees like moringa. I know how much I pay for moringa here. I saw a lot of potentials. I was telling them, do you guys understand what you have? They be looking at me. When I started explaining to them natural wealth making, money making things they have there, staring at them, is when I started explaining, we didn't know. I told them, I say, you know, you guys are like somebody sitting on top of a gold mine, but because you don't have the ability to develop, to even find out that you have this gold beneath you, and then talk about having the equipment, you continue to be impoverished, because the key to your richness is in your mind. But because you're not exercising it, you will die poor. Whose fault is it? It's not God, because God has given us everything. But because we are not making use of our mind, which is the key, the person will die there impoverished. That's the totality of what you're trying to explain, man.
Of course. That is why, what we are doing here, what our leader started, is to change the way we reason, our mentality. That is this restoration project, there is the key. If we will never change the way we reason, continue reasoning the same way, it will be very hard. But once we change the way we reason, there lies the key. And that is the reason why the Europeans they embrace enlightenment. Now, in order to exploit Africa, they try to play on their mentalities, their psyche, by making them believe that there are poor countries. Do you know that 80% of cobalt, or even more, cobalt in the whole world comes from Congo? Do you know that? Yes. Do you know that? Okay, the bomb, the fat man, the bomb that was used in the nuclear bomb for
Fat Boy.
Yeah, Fat Boy for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the 40s. Yes. Do you know that the uranium they use, it was from Katanga in Congo. Katanga.
Mazi, without Congo today, there will be no cell phone. Let me just put it that way. There will be no computer. Period.
But look, go to that place. Go see people are country. Every time you see in television, the Congo, the hunger, why is it so? The difference is the brain, nothing more. The way they reach, nothing more. You buy Apple phones, Samsung, any type of tactile phone. It's only cobalt that come from all this rare earth that come from mostly Congo. But you see, those people, they never add value. They made Africans to be dependent.
Because when the master, he who holds power, wills it. They have been sitting on those metals or minerals. They didn't know it. They didn't know they were sitting on it. How much more trying to figure it out? Somebody walks in, figures it out. Am I going to give you this thing? I'm going to be the master. And that is why they institute all these tribal wars in Africa. Because while you and I are busy fighting, they're excavating everything we have and taking them away. Even what we are going as far as Congo, Nigeria, before the white man came in, whether you call them Exxon, Shell, or whatever, the oil has been sitting there. Sitting in Nigeria. Did anybody know? No.
See, the foreigners that come and saw it. You have this.
No, now,
it becomes
I'm not gonna
oil.
Yeah, let's be honest. Just like I told you, when I went to this country, this particular country, I have made 1 or 2 business contacts there, which I intend to exploit. He said, what's that? Because it's not my fault. They have been sitting on it. They didn't know what it is. I just arrived. Because I'm coming from a place of enlightenment where I know the benefit and the use. How I can transform these things I'm looking at. They don't even care about it. They don't even know it has any value.
Mazi, do you know that I think the other day I said it here. They've transformed them. They are now transforming Olubu bitter leaf into pills. If they tell you the number of cases this bitter leaf is curing.
The research was done in Texas here. Go and Google it. Many years ago, in the 80s, they did a research on. It's called Ahmadiyya. That's the botanical name of bitter leaf. Ahmadiyya. The University of Texas did the research of Onubu. We have the pills. It's already out. Tell me why a country like Nigeria, where this thing grows widely, couldn't have turned into medicine. The benefits online, and we're talking about looking for jobs. Why can't we create the factory? You don't even have to import it. You encourage people to even.
How will you create? Do you? I think during the time.
I'm not talking about the president. I know we don't have threshold. I understand that. We're going to talk about the possibility.
Yes. Do you know during the time of I think HIV?
Yes, sir.
AIDS, one Maurice, one scientist, Igbo scientist, The man is still alive. Even he came up during this COVID-19 issue that he has been able to bring out a cure through bitter cola.
Yes.
No, but who minded him from the Nigerian government? You know, the people that hate, they will say, Igbo man, let us promote him now. Tomorrow he become this and that, Igbo man. Instead, is it not here? I talked about talked about the presidency, Nigerian presidency during the COVID, bring importing doctors, so-called doctors from China, in order to come and
you're bringing them to cure.
Nigeria is a cemetery, honestly speaking. We are dog eats dog, and this system have entered into the bloodline of everybody in Nigeria.
It's systematic now.
That is why we should run away from Nigeria as yesterday. Honestly,
we should have been gone.
We should have been gone. They are destroying us. Nigeria is destroying us. They are using everything available. I say everything available, including religion, in order to destroy us. They understand it. Do not forget, we are talking about the benefits. It's a question. What are the importance or benefits of religion in our present era? We are still talking about it. You know, as I said, in my own view, today we could see that developed human governance has taken over most of the functions of religion witnessed during the earlier period of human history. This is the reason why the people in developed countries pay their primary allegiance to their government and not their religion, while maintaining their natural cultural values. Yes. Now, bad governance like in Nigeria breeds a hate, disrespect, and social disharmony, irrespective of the religiosity of the population. With all these bad characters and omens, everything in Nigeria, whereas the people, the population are meant to be fanatical, religious wise. Now, what are the benefits of this religion in our land? They are using it as a weapon in order to destroy us as a race, as a people, because they enter into our psychology, our psyche through religion. No, you have to obey. The same thing they did to the slaves in America during the transatlantic slave trading.
Was religion was the main weapon?
The main weapon, because you have to break. That place that is the power, the nucleus, the mitochondria, the powerhouse is the brain. That is where these people, they go there in order to destroy it for you to remain stunted.
Substitute.
That is it. They make you believe, something that will keep you low, that is forever. We can't. No, we cannot do it. We have to call God. We have to, for electricity, you have to fast and pray and cast out demon of cutting electricity. For you, so that having maybe 3 hours of electricity becomes a miracle. People will give testimony because of, I have had it direct in one church I was attending in the zoo. The ceremony, and I prayed and I told God, please, we need light in this ceremony, and God answered my prayers, and the light was there. Immediately we finished. It's not up to 5 minutes, light was off. Praise the Lord. And
people be cheerful.
You start they attack our brain direct in order to keep us down forever, for us not to think above this system. Remember, religion is the making of mankind. It's a fabrication of man in order to go. You know, it's not something bad, but today it becomes a weapon in order to fight us, in order to keep people. We Biafrans are ground. Africans in general. I'm not talking only about Christianity. No, all the religions, mostly imported religions. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All,
especially imported ones.
yes, especially imported ones, because that is where the main problem even lies. Imported ones. You can never be perfect. Or you'll be quoting, they give you something, you'll be quoting all the time. It makes you study their history more than our own history. Do you understand? Imported religions are also one of the socio-political weapons being used by the imposers of these religions to continue sidelining and keeping other indigenous values and cultures inferior, thereby causing confusion and exploiting the people. This is simply a weapon of conquest. Imported religion has also made us ignore making more researches about our natural roots and values, while upholding and studying more about the history of those foreign religions. That is why, you know, you will see somebody call now, he will quote Paul's missionary journey 2,000 years back. But you will ask him, what about, do you know who your great grandfather is? He doesn't know. This is mental. I'm telling you, it's a cause of concern.
Mental slavery.
Mental slavery. And Jude say, and Tabitha say, this and that in the book of Esdras. But Joya, one nebiko. Cool down. Cool down. What is the name of your great grandfather? Fort. You will not know. That is what we have been made to suffer. And that mental slavery, it is being solidified with this religion, in foreign religion. Therefore, I believe that in this era, foreign religions should cease to play major roles in our daily social lives as a people, because humans have mutated from the era of religious beliefs to an era of practicality involving science and technology. That is it. You know, I can practically say that religion played roles at the early time when the world was not organized. When Alexander the Great could conquer everywhere with impunity, as far as anywhere he fall, no problem. But as far as you continue, you have the might, the power, you continue conquering and slaughtering. The Persians, the same thing. Babylon, the same thing. But this, as the time goes on, human beings started, started understanding that we are, practically in charge of this our planet. It came through enlightenment. All this belief, this and that, oh God, this, started understanding that is when even this world was fashioned in a way that it is now, where governments, people should hold governments responsible, where government should care for the people, not exploiting the people, not conquering might, where any person that is you are, if you are powerful, you can cut off the neck of another person, and that's it. One other, please, do you have anything to say? Because I want to open our lines. Go on.
Yeah, I will ask you this quickly. Have you heard of a scientist in Nigeria from either Fulani or Hausa speaking, a renowned scientist?
Honestly, I've not.
But let me shock you. The lead designer in Ford Manufacturing Company is either Hausa or Fulani origin that migrated from Nigeria. What changed? The environment. He is the, you can Google it, he's the lead scientist, that is the lead designer, engineer that designed Ford. He was profiled, I think, last year. Very smart guy. You know, they call him from the northern part of Nigeria. That's why I said either Fulani or Hausa. But if this guy was in Nigeria, he could have been probably an Alamajiri.
Another thing you should understand, he could be from Benue State too, and they call him from northern part of Nigeria. He could be from you understand?
He could.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to use this to give an example how Nigeria.
Yes, I understand. Go.
It's a mind-killing field. If that guy was in Nigeria, first of all, there is no car manufacturing company in Nigeria. So forget about that. And that might be his natural talent God has given him as an engineer to be a designer. So the equation is completely out. The odds is against him. You don't even have that. His dream will just die. So what we are doing today is to let us understand that we must continue to try to catch up with the world. And what does that mean? It's high time we begin to separate our religious feelings or affiliation from reality of life. And that, because that's the only way we can move on. Because it's another weapon they're using when we come to politics. We've been talking about the leaders are not doing this, because they're using religion, because the politicians are working hand in hand, like hand and gloves, with the religious leaders to keep everybody down. Because in the church, they'll be telling you, obey your master. You don't have any right to revolt against your leaders. If it's going to be contrary to the law of God, you're going to hell. Obey is better than sacrifice. All these things are thrown into people. So that makes people to calm down, to be the nice person, so that you can go to heaven. So you have to get to that point where we have to start separating religious feelings or religiosity from reality of life. When we can do that, then these people, our people, can then rise up and challenge the status quo. But as long as the religion is being presented to them and they're all caught up in that ramification, it's going to be difficult for them to revolt and take what belongs to them and live their full life. We got to start from there. The grassroots must know that. There's nothing. How do you qualify a good person? Religion does not make you to be good or bad. If you're bad, you're bad. If you're good, you're good. Why do I make this argument? Because if religion is a yardstick or what can make somebody to be a good person, Nigeria should be the nicest place on earth. Because they have too many churches. They have literally all kinds of religion in Nigeria. We look at the amount of atrocities. Look at the amount of wickedness, even being meted directly by the so-called clergymen. So what does that mean? Religion does not make one a good or bad person. Either you have the right character or you don't have the right character. So let's stop deceiving ourselves, claiming that we are into religion because we want to be nice or good or go to heaven. It's not about religion, it's about character building. I'm going to submit right here.
Do you know, before I open my mouth, there is something you said now. In order to buttress what you said, there was 2 years back, in 2020, there is this young man, very bright. I think he's from Kanu, either Kaduna or Kanu. I even read it. I even said it here on this platform. Even the video. You know, when they were this COVID-19 made, now people started discovering Almajiri quarters or schools, so to say, but they use it. They chain people inside there as slaves. You know, now they discovered one young man there, a very bright man. I think it's a very bright boy. He lived in United Kingdom for 16 or 17 years, married to an English girl. He is a medical doctor. Now, because of his marriage to that English girl, English woman, they had children, and the people at home, the family, they were worried that this man will be converted into another religion. You understand? Marrying an unbeliever, bearing child. So they planned. They started worrying him with one excuse to come home to visit. And when he came home, they drugged him one day and tied him. He said before he opened his eyes after even if 24 or 48 hours and saw himself chained in an Almaji school. I'm telling you, don't worry, I will try to research. I have the thing on video.
I believe you.
He's a medical doctor. So when they broke that place and saw him, he was on chains. They said they are trying to intoxicate him from other religion. That he has been there. I don't know how many months. They force him. They say they don't care. This is a medical doctor that even the community needs. He's a medical doctor in UK. He just came on visit. They cut off access to his wife and say he married an infidel. So afraid. My goodness me. So for you people to understand what religion can do, people Biafran can be hearing my voice. You can be saying, hey, you can be shouting, look on there. But in our own land, it is also happening in another different way. In many of our communities, one religious sect, the same religion, but one faction should not marry another, a person from another faction. Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same thing? What people with enlightenment, they jettisoned it. Hundreds of years back, the Europeans jettisoned religiosity for hundreds of years back because they saw it as a way of bringing them backwards. Now they jettisoned it in order to propel themselves forward. This is exactly what they brought into our land in order to keep us aground. And the worst part of it is that we turned against our own way of life. I'm telling you. I saw with you see with this with surprise. I saw you see as a reverend father smash a shrine things in a shrine of our Lord. He smashing it, saying that this is bad, this is evil, clear, burning the shrine. But
anytime I see that man, I feel like throwing up. That man is a disgrace. That man is a disgrace as an Igbo man.
What is the rationale? The same man will go and kneel down because he's in his own religion, a white status.
Why is this so stupid? You don't have to meddle into the affairs of another religion. It's not your religion. That's not your belief.
Wanda, do you see? Let me say this. Do you see?
Time I see it, I feel like throwing up. I feel like getting my hand on that man. What he's doing is outrage. Stay in your lane. It's just like now if some traditional religious people go and start burning churches.
I wanted to say now once they do it, hey, all hell break loose. Is it how Biafra will be? Please leave us so that everybody have equal right in religion. But when they do, they held it as they are killing demons. Do you see this mental retardation they put into us, killing us every day? Mental retardation. I'm telling you, in the name of religion, it's a virus.
You believe that this God you're serving is powerful. I believe that Almighty God is powerful. Let him fight for himself. He doesn't need you to fight for him. God, all this religion we're talking about, even traditional religion, is the same God that gave them the mindset to create that religion. Is God. They didn't get it from thin air. So why do you think that your own inspiration is better than my own inspiration? Well, don't they realize that there has to be something that I feel that makes me to continue to go into that situation? Let me go to hell by myself, because the way you see my own is the way I see your own. That is why when we started this program, we said all religions are equal. None is better than the other, because the way let me put it this way. I had argued with these religious people a lot. Let me give you one of the concepts I asked them. If you were born in Iran or in Hindu populated place, tell me what religion that you're going to be. Is the religion that is on the ground. You don't have control over it.
Of course.
The question becomes, if you believe that if I'm not a Christian, I'm going to hell, and we believe that God is in control of everyone's destiny, so you're telling me that this God has already judged and condemned me to allow me to be born in a place there is no Christianity. People don't just think. God knows that such communities exist. It's God that inspired them. If you believe that God is omnipresent, which I believe, omnipotent, which I believe, so God knows that this particular group of people, he inspired them to have their culture, and he knows that their culture has nothing to do with Christianity, and God allows me to be born in that society. Automatically I'm going to become, my first religion is going to be that of my parents. So God have already judged me before I even had a chance. Because that I'm born does not mean that I'm going to grow old. I'm born in that society and I die prematurely, or even die as an infant. So God has already judged me, prejudged me. People, at the point that like our people do not exercise our minds. We don't think, because we have been conditioned to just believe. Let somebody do the thinking for us, which is one of our biggest demise. And what we are doing, what you're doing, Mazi, and especially on Radio Biafra, University of Radio Biafra, is to enlighten our mind, to make us, to provoke our minds to start thinking. Because only you tell people, when you tell people the truth, that's the only, I call them thought-provoking words. That's the only thing that can make us to say, damn it, I'm going to take the bull by the horn. You continue to pamper it, people will continue to be lazy in their mind. That's what I call it, being lazy in the mind, because that's where the gold mine is. The gold mine is not outside. Even according to the Christian Bible, it said the kingdom of God has come. According to Yeshua, the kingdom of God has come, but the kingdom of God is inside. Seek it. I didn't write the book. Seek you for the
it.
So it's inside, but people are looking for the kingdom of God somewhere above the sky. But the same Yeshua told you, it's within you. The kingdom of God is within you. Seek it. It's not outside. He would have told you. That is the Christian Bible. He never told you the kingdom of God is outside. He said it is within you. It has come. Because that's where the treasure is. In your mind. The capacity of the human mind. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. May we wake up. Can we listen? Can we take this thing seriously? And take that leap and better our future. And thank God for Mazi Kanu, because he's the one that has set this ball rolling, provoking each and every one of us through institutions like University of Radio Biafra. The question is, as we are listening, can we hear? Because there are two things. One is to listen, another thing is to hear. When you hear, you internalize it, you ask yourself questions, then you regurgitate it outside and make use of it. Because when we hear and we don't make use, we don't listen, it's a waste. Even though they say that information is power, good information acquired and not used is useless. So as we are feeding on this information that are coming, may we make use of them so that they can be useful to us, Mazi. You can, now I can yield here. If you want to go ahead and open the line, fine.
Yes, I will. One last thing I want to say and ask before, it's thought-provocation that we are doing here. Those that we preach to you about miracle, you believe on miracle, money, everything is miracle. But they go on private jet. Why not ask them, this private jet that you are enjoying, do they come through miracle? Do people understand how many lives we are lost during the development of these aeroplanes in aircraft history, right from even before the Rich brothers?
The Wright brothers.
Yeah, the Wright brothers in 1903. Do people understand that? And people have been perishing, continue to perish. There was a time they gave, because it's competition, a time came even in the history of aviation, they put prize on who will cross or who can cross the Atlantic Ocean first.
Yes.
Non-stop. Many people perished in Atlantic Ocean. They developed their aircraft, some biplanes, some different kinds of aircrafts. And
one of them, Emilia.
yes.
Emilia somebody.
Yes. There's one flight, they call the spirit of is it St. Louis or something like that. Many of them, some will go, they perish. But he didn't debar them. It was for God. They didn't say, God, we leave it for God. God come on. No, but now the same pastor that is telling you that we have miracle alert in your phone, that once you sow seed, you will start receiving miracle. As this suit you are wearing that costs maybe $10,000 with the shoe, is it a true miracle that they produce it?
Not only that, Mazi, the question is, did the person that made it, is it a believer? It was made by an unbeliever.
Of course.
In China. The Bible you are reading was printed in China, made in China, and they're unbelievers. And you're telling me do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. Okay? But that dress you're wearing, the jet you're using is made in America by unbelievers. Okay? The Bible you're carrying is printed in China by unbelievers. Okay? The suit you're wearing most likely was made in Italy or somewhere by an unbeliever, right? The light you're using was made by an unbeliever. The chair you're sitting on. So what do you mean, do not be unequally yoked? You cannot, darkness and light cannot mix together. Oh, do not buy and sell with unbelievers. But you can take their money. Even in that your church, the person that is giving you tithe most likely is a criminal. When he's bringing the money, you do not sanitize the money. You do not ask the Holy Spirit to tell you what money is righteous or not. The jet you bought it through what? Collecting tithe and offering. But you're telling your people to pray for money to fall from heaven. Why didn't you pray for God to send you money to buy the jet if you so believe in it? The people don't ask questions, Mazi. That is the problem. I blame the pastors, I blame the ministers, I blame the imams, I blame the sheikhs, but I blame mostly the congregators. Can they ask questions? If you're doing something in psychology, we say this. If you're doing the same thing, you're going to get the same result. So if the result you're getting, you don't like it, then you're going to change your variables. Because you're going to get the same result. That's experiment. If you are praying to go from January to December on a particular issue, you're not getting the answer. Why don't you change what you're doing and see whether you can get the same result? Because according to the Christian Bible, God does not lie. According to the Christian Bible, it said, before you even ask me, I've already answered. The question is God not answering questions? But there are certain things. God is a spirit. God is not a practical or physical entity. So when you're praying, like now, if somebody's looking for a job, instead of you to go and pray to your church or your mosque, I'm not asking you not to. Why don't you get up and find somewhere to apply? Why don't you engage your mind? Why don't you look at your environment? Is there something I can make use here that can produce the physical money? No, you want to sit down and be believing that somehow there'll be miracle alert in your account. Okay, let's assume that is so true. Isn't that stealing? Something you didn't work for? Where is the money coming from? Oh, coming from bank? Whose bank account?
No, isn't that the angel fabricated the money and sent it?
So God now prints physical money, right? And yet God is a spirit. People, Mazi, I don't know. So they have so fogged up the brain. It's so foggy. I don't know what to say, but we can't give up. That's why we have this program. Hopefully, by His grace, we'll be making impact. That's my belief. I'm always objective. I don't give up easily. I like to believe that it may be hard work, but even if it's one soul, one mind that is changed each program, Mazi, I'm telling you, it's a huge success. That's the way I'm looking at it. And I yield from now.
And I will go to opening our lines for a few minutes breaks. Before that, what we are doing here is a thought provocation. We challenge your thoughts. We make sure that part of your brain that you think you don't need it, because that is what some the religious imposers on you. That is, they don't want you to think. They want to think for you. You understand? But it is that side we want to provoke, so that you start reasoning. You sleep, lie down, have a quiet time, and start reasoning in what you are hearing from here. We hate nobody. We hate no religion. Human beings, we are religious in nature, even we Biafrans. But we should rechannel our religion, our religion to where it should be. It's just a way of life. Do you understand? When you hear some people, even some reporters, in what is going on in Ukraine, excuse me, somebody said, I couldn't believe that, we are blonde people, we are whites with blue eyes, we are Christians, killing each other. Excuse me, that you cannot believe it. So you see that it is an identity, it is a way of life. The way they fashioned what they bring to you, that is their way of life. It covers every aspect of your life. That is why in our side they will tell you, the same religion will tell you, they will tell you or teach you or train you on how even to march on the ground. Don't wear trousers as a woman. Cover your head. This is a way of life. That is the reality. What we are saying, if we maintain our own traditional way of life, it will be better, so that we disallow people from enslaving us in the name of religion. You understand? I will go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, I will open the line so that Biafrans will call in. Please don't go away.
PM gwam not again on a phone concerning issue brief on everything. Animal all of that. I'm sorry for that. Concerning issue in Lagos, a place called Abdulado. Anakubosi Nnamdi Bodia. Akutusi I make a few calls. Kamari Bona FH. Never owned the Negosi Hello Nadia. The Nundi Bojago Cosia and Anna were an ego and a Puno Moria. So the only thing about what I mean here now, Bono. Also, never contact how we make it stop her. But they were saying one of these things, many times a warning concerning this issue. Coach and Debo by the one abanketa. Problem on Debo when how will ego meluchi? Any nebuego. I had her political in life. Aburo abuna political in life and we had as well. I have confused people on the political in life. Average only bobuna believe in ego everything, so try by Nemia. Here Boni was a one negon on easy. See an agent to a stop 1 year. You could try or well, hop one azo. Or saying agori, a chalk or may investment in a day tomorrow to make a sort of big money. They went and be doing the things they want. Then when the problem comes, Hapokase on a phone, can able and any other hacker. Hachi Kurio non in a deba, Sikuria, because Undu stupid. Very, very stupid. Jidofo as a one, I was one only younger concerning some of set up all these tribal and set when let me tell you, all this Lagos Neguana now invest in Dibo now Lopia. Ever in Neguana sometimes Jena map allocation to one you can ever area in Neguana can hear the Biafa. A place called Amodofe, Ndibo Gorigo, is an industrial area.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Welcome back. Today is the 19th day of March 2022, being Saturday. I am here in this interactive session with Wada Marian Heather, and the topic of our discussion today is what are the importance or benefits of religion in our present era. Therefore, when you call, please, you make your submission. If you can also touch if there is any importance, because we've treated the importance in the olden time, during the time of antiquity, medieval period of human history. But we are talking about now, and mostly the foreign imposed religion. In our present day era, we don't cast aspersion, we don't insult any religion. But what we are bringing is this: facts that you should know so that you make good judgments. That has been our strategy. Do you understand? Therefore, our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Also, if you have any question which we could be of help, because the whole world is listening, any person can also ask and any person can also contribute. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yes, go on. The whole world is hearing you. Go on.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu. Thank you very much, Wada, for this wonderful topic tonight. Because this is the topic that has been holding our people for a long time. First and foremost, let me introduce myself. I remain Mazi Malugo from the wonderful country that human being built in desert that call United Arab Emirates. I can call it heaven on earth. Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, let me start from what happened from this Kai man called Willie Obiano. Willie Obiano, after finish his business, because Nigeria is a business center of British and also a business center for all these criminal politicians. Nigeria, let me borrow a word from this creek in Creek called Asari Dokubo. Biafra, please pardon me to pick a word for him. He said, Nigeria is not for you. Nigeria is not for anybody. That place is a business center for all the criminal politicians and also British. Yes, William Dano have finished his business for making money, and he want to run away quickly because he murdered a lot of innocent Biafrans. That is why he want to sneak out, and suddenly he fell into the hand of EFCC, and now we will give EFCC their own share, and the EFCC of Nigeria will leave him. He will went to United States of America, where a human being like him well prepared. He knows some black people are shameless people. Nigeria is a cemetery, like a Putin just said. Nigeria is a shithole, just like Donald Trump just said last time. So Nigeria is not for everybody. Nigeria for anybody. Nigeria is a hell on earth. Simple as ABCD. I shed tear today when I saw one of our sons in Enugu State that their father left. He was sweeping away to market to get just 500 naira to pay for his school fees. So I shed tear, and Okurora from Enugu State is begging our people to help that very family. I must tell you, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu and the Wanda and my fellow Biafrans, that our people are languishing in poverty in that hell called Nigeria. And about religion. This is a game that white people use to destroy Africa, and every nation accept that rubbish. Now check all these countries that didn't accept Christianity, that didn't accept Islam. Look how fast these people are growing. Just like Japan, just like China, just like Singapore, just like South Korea, North Korea, and Russia. All these countries that didn't accept this garbage, all of them are moving well today and doing a wonderful thing. And today, they use religion to destroy the brain of our people, to create enmity between brother and brother, enmity between a village to a village. And then this Christianity, they preach that anybody that hates his brother or sister is a murderer, he will go to hell or she will go to hell. But today I must tell you, the Christianity is better. Christianity hates themselves to the core. Catholic cannot marry an Anglican. Anglican cannot marry a Deeper Life. Deeper Life cannot marry Assemblies of God. They hate themselves to the core, but they preach that hate is evil. Who is deceiving? Who is deceiving who? And the worst part of it today is that our traditional ones are looking up to these people the way they use the way they use white man religion to make money. And today our traditional are using our traditional own to make money. My dear brethren,
Mazi, round up.
Let us open our eyes. Thank you. I will round up. Biafrans, let us open our eyes. Let us open our eyes. White man religion is not for us. White man religion is not for us. White man use it as a game to divide us, to destroy our brain, to make us remain in abject poverty forever and ever. Let us learn. Let our eyes open. Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, this voice that you always play, before you start your program, I love it very much. I love it very much. So let this broadcasting be repeated so that our people will learn something from it. Thank you, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, for your good work. Thank you, Wanda. May Chukwuadama bless you and give you people more wisdom. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I have a caller on a signal, but hold on, let me take this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
And my name
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, there was a disconnect there. There was a disconnection there. You know, but I think you call back, it shall be okay. It's the wire. I have a caller on the signal. My good. Caller on direct line, are you back? Caller on direct line. Somebody is calling me with your unknown number. I don't pick unknown number, please. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Are you there? I have to restart the phone. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, my brother, I'm hearing you.
Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Yes, thank you, my brother, and thank you, our sister with you in the studio. Madabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This issue, the impact of religion in our society, in our lives as Biafrans. You see, what I have to say, and Mazi Johnathan, you have treated this thing and you have said it and reiterated it, but we have to say it because that is why they do advertisement. You say it so that people will start thinking about it and maybe reason about it. That there must be separation of state and religion for a society, for a state, for a country, an entity to progress. Otherwise, the demagogues and the patriarchs will hold the whole system down for their own gain. So that is the point we are making, that in Biafra, we must have separation of church and state, so that people can think and innovate and invent. And we are not, look, people must understand this very well. And I dare say, my brother Jonathan and our sister in the studio, that I'm speaking for you when I say this. Let nobody make any mistake. There will be freedom of religion in Biafra and freedom of conscience, but we must not let or allow ourselves to be manipulated and retarded by religion. Europeans don't do this anymore. They have enlightenment, they have renaissance, or after enlightenment, they have rebate. They are in the era of logic and thoughtfulness and reason now. So why can't we attempt that? Because letting the what do you call it? Letting the religion affect our development will mean that we will remain after like we are now. Since 100 years and hundreds of years that the Europeans came to our place, they used religion as a tool. The British used the religion as a tool to divide our society. If you remember what Chinedu said in Things Fall Apart, and that was the sense of Things Fall Apart, that these people were very cunning. When they come, they were very mild, very cunning, and people were laughing at them because of the way they behaved, but not knowing that they were scheming and plotting on how to divide our society. And they put a knife under the cord that hold our society together, and then we cannot make meeting and talk with our people and work with our people as one again. That's when things fell apart. Things fall apart. So what I'm saying here is that we must not. You see, people will say, "Are we saying that religion has no benefit at all?" By no means we are saying that. What we are saying is that if you come to Europe now, what are the merits of religion? You see, like our sister said, to give you comfort, and give you social, contact. And then, if you go where I live now, if you go to the churches, you see old people, people who have led their lives and made their way through life, spent their dues, and they are waiting for God. One of our presenters, I think it is Peter, says that they are in a waiting hall. So that sort of people that go to church to seek solace. I had an American friend, Mike, going from Montana. When I met him first, I said I love America because America is a Christian country. He laughed. After that, he said, "My brother, you are mistaken." I said, "What do you mean?" He said that in America, the many Americans, they see religion as the coach for the weak. They are not that religious. And so what Britain did to us, look, I survived the Civil War. If they carry religion on their head like they are pretending, Britain wouldn't have allowed the genocide of Biafra. Think about it. Let nobody, if they, up till now, Britain is not saying anything about our leader being held in DSS dungeon, and they're championing religion. They're defenders of the faith. Put faith. They are defending their pockets and their resources and their interests. So our people have to learn this, that science and technology will build our lives. You go wherever you want to worship. Nobody begrudge you that, but we must lean on science and technology and logic and reason to build up Biafra and build up our people. People are being deceived. People are being robbed in some of these mushroom and even orthodox, conventional churches. So we must have to join the rest of humanity, the progressive humanity, to live with the era of reasoning and logic and science and technology to build up Biafra. Thank you, my brother and sister. Good night.
Thank you and remain blessed. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Okay, please hold on. Let me pick this caller on direct line that I've been there trying. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon, Matt.
Sorry, I restarted. I don't know what was wrong with the phone. I have to restart it. Go on, please. Please.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, please, can you
thank you guys for doing this.
Your listening device. I think there is a.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, let me go in another direction.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for doing a wonderful work for the sake of our people and the Biafrans. Okay, you people are doing a wonderful job. And may God bless you all and give you guys more wisdom and the knowledge and the understanding how to coordinate everyone together. So also, first of all, I want to emphasize on the issue of religion, just like as you have mentioned earlier, and we all see how it has been going in our own land, okay? How people manipulating people because of a lack of knowledge. They use that manipulation to manipulate our people because they don't know exactly what Christianity is all about. They don't know what religion is all about. Religion is all about doing good things. They never, Jesus or even God himself, even our ancestors.
You forgot to introduce yourself. Sorry, before going on, go on.
Hello?
Yeah, I said, please, can you introduce yourself, please?
I say, my name is Ekene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So, what I'm trying to say is that in our homeland, in our Biafran land, people are using religions, Christianity, to manipulate people because they don't know what God says in the scriptures. Even in our ancestors, they never introduced to us what is bad. They only introduce to us what is good. But people diverting in another way because of money.
Mazi, go on.
So, and that is what is going rampant. Even those unbelievers now,
Mazi,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't just stop.
Mazi, can you clarify who?
Hello?
Yes. Are you hearing me? Who are the unbelievers, please? If you can explain more.
Hello? Okay, yeah. You can see what is going on here. Even those doing bad things, they're doing. Well, ancestors never teach us this kind of a thing. Okay, unbelievers is like people who do not believe in Jesus Christ. For example, even the and those that serving our ancestors,
Mazi, go on. I don't know. Go on. Don't stop, please. Go on.
I think he may be listening to himself. Tell him to go up there.
Really, because
Hello, bro.
Yes, you are stopping. Please don't stop. Don't listen to yourself. Please go on. No, I would have loved to. I don't know. That is what did you hear what he said? Unbelievers.
I think I can piece together if I'm correct. One of his arguments is that foreign religion supposed to have brought goodness, more good, and that is our people kind of took it, hijacked it, and turned it to bad things. And then some unbelievers are even doing better now than them. Then when you ask him who are the unbelievers, he said those who do not believe in Christ. But I would like to address him by saying I disagree with him totally on both issues, both points he made.
That's what I want.
Because first of all, Christianity was not laid.
Wait, I think he is back. Can you hear me? Please continue what you're saying. And
yes, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see what is going on in our own land. Those that are doing the witchcraft of a thing, for example, they're using that to harm people even. They're using all manner of bad things to harm our people. Even those, the elderly even. They are using all kind of pin, all kind of what they call that again, ukure or ukwabashu, so many more dangerous things that they are using to harm our people. Who teach them those things? Who tell them to be doing like that? Our ancestors never teach us in doing that. That's why Christianity came in for people doing good things, but they are contradicting themselves. Even the so-called pastor, the same way, they are manipulating the people because they don't study the Bible to know what God or what is written there in the Bible. That is why we come here, they don't know what is in the Bible. So sometimes they don't that miracle fall from heaven. They believe in what they walk and what they reach there at the end of the day. So in our own land now, many things is happening. Many things is happening. People are killing themselves with one juju or one thing or the other. They're fighting for? What is the problem? Because they don't have work. They don't have work. Most of them now are falling apart. They don't even want to do anything anymore.
Okay, Mazi.
They don't even want to study. They don't even.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, what you're saying, you are right in a way. But you are trying to push it as if one religion is better than the other. Just like when you say that, our people we are doing bad. That is why Christianity came. I was laughing. This is what they want. They push your brain into believing. Let me tell you. In every religion, there is the good and the bad. That is human beings.
And the ugly,
Yeah.
and the ugly.
And the ugly, okay. Now, when you start pushing it out, that is only one-sided, that is only this and that, I can never completely accept or believe what you are saying. Because you see what you are saying, what you are doing. Look at what you are saying. Because we don't cast aspersions to religions. It is easy to demonize our own religion, even openly. It's very palatable. But let me tell you, do you see these charlatans? Many of these charlatans they call men of God. They kill indirectly thousands, if not millions of people. When you can be sick, preventable disease, and you go and they tell you, they give you fake hope, they give you holy water to drink, just sow your seed and God will heal you. The person will go and grow, the sickness will grow worse, and the person dies. No person will say, oh no, he's killed by the pastor. No. But even they will attribute it to a witch in the village. Many of all these things are also wishful thinking. It's just belief. Because this is, the people they hear their voice.
I understand.
I'm coming. The people they hear their voices much more are these Christians, because they have the megaphone. They have imagine. Let me say this. Imagine these politicians. They can proudly go to church. Look at Hope Uzodinma, even Obiano, even Devo. They can proudly go to the Christian altar, to church altars, and pray. Oh, Nato reading song, and they preach. Oh, people gather and clap proudly in the open. But to go to the shrine, they will hide. Maybe they go in the night. People will not see them. That is psychological inferiority. They put us into inferiority. Because he believed that, but the most thing, they will tell you, you go here, you become, they have here, this and that, and you become this and that. He believe it, he go, but he's hiding going. Because he don't want people to see him going to even in our own way, that tradition. Forget about as somebody said, many people, even our own traditionalists, they are all these imposed religions that the Jews, in order to exploit everything now in our is exploitation. What the solution is government, good government, to regulate everything. That is once and for all. And in Nigeria we cannot have it. It is impossible. Because system is superior to religion. I'm telling you. System is superior to religion.
And Muslim.
Prayers.
You forgot the Muslim side.
Up, please.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question for you.
Thank you for
sorry, don't go. One other say he have a question for you. He has a question for you. One other go.
Okay. Go on.
And how are you? It's good to speak with you. I have one question for you. Do you believe that God is a Christian?
If I believe that God is a Christian, yes.
How so?
Because God sent His Son Jesus Christ.
No.
Right?
Do you believe that God is a Christian?
He said yes. He said yes.
And I asked him how he's talking about Jesus, because if God is a Christian, Christianity would have come before Jesus.
Yeah, because Jesus Christ is the invisible.
Okay. So was Jesus Christ a Christian? Hello?
Sorry, I think he's gone, please. I think he's gone. Because continue, he will be listening. Please.
Jesus Christ was not even a Christian. He was a Jewish man that practiced Torah. At the time of Yeshua, there was no Christianity. It was a temple. He worshipped in the synagogue. So I'm trying to understand his argument, because the same way he feels that God is a Christian is the same way a Muslim feels that God is a Muslim. The same way he feels that God is a Buddhist, a Hindu, and the Buddhist is the same thing. But the truth is that God created no religion. That was why I asked him that question. Because if he said that God is a Christian, that means Christianity would have existed even before the birth of Christ. There wouldn't have been any Torah.
Do you see the reason? This is the reason why he called the other people unbelievers. Is it wrong?
Yes.
That's it.
So that's why I was trying to, let him do the thinking for himself as I, walked him through. God creates every human being according to, and everybody believes that their own religion, the right religion, God imposed on human beings. They could have never created any religion, because there was a time when there was no religion at all. So what are you going to call that era? God kept silent and kept quiet until 2,000-3,000 years ago before he can tell you I'm a Christian. Isn't that absurd? But that's one of the problems we are not reasoning. And this thing he just said now is what we're trying to establish, that these foreign religions are what brings conflict within humanity, within society. Is this thing that mine is better than yours, and at the fullness of time, no religion is greater than other, because God did not create no religion. Let me let people
Of course. This is what we are trying. When you are thinking only from your own sphere, the cage you are, there is a problem. We enjoin our people to be open-hearted. You understand? Do you know that the oldest religion is even Hindu, according to records? It's not even.
Yes.
It's Hindu.
Does that make God a Hindu? God must have told.
Many of our people are still far, honestly. And we continue. We must continue.
Yes, sir.
When somebody is arguing, just as you said, okay, a Muslim will say God is a Muslim. He call you unbeliever. A Hindu will say God is a Hindu. He call you an others unbeliever. Thousands of religions all over the world. Why wouldn't there be conflicts everywhere? Instead of development, people will continue fighting each other. Instead of channeling this our brain in order to be practical, technological advancement, because the era of belief is gone. This is the era of technology, the era of doing things, practicality, the era of science and technology. That is it. Caller on.
And moreover, when you come to traditional religion, they don't see anybody as an unbeliever. Period. That's another thing that sets religion apart. An unbeliever. Period.
Of course, because it's a way of, you know the way our ancestors took it. Like I said the other day, our omenala, ordinala, it has been there. It's our way of life. Now they bring this religion. Our ancestors could not fathom because we are a people that respects everybody's tradition and culture. We don't dare go to, for example, Oduduwa land and now start imposing our way of life over them, our culture. Them said our culture is superior. It doesn't happen, because we are the real Republicans, Democrats. All of a sudden we saw people from heaven knows where that have different color. They started coming to tell us that what we are practicing is inferior, it's not good, it's evil. And that is the way we have been going for thousands and thousands of years. and everything was so. It is really absurd. And this is the reason why Japan, resisted this European imposed religion for 265 years. Caller on WhatsApp, thank you for holding on for 25 minutes. Can you hear me? Go on, please. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, sir.
There, well, welcome to the program.
My name is Nnamdi. I'm calling from my location in Biafra. Hello, can you hear me?
Go on, the whole world is hearing you, please.
I want to thank you for bringing this to this religion issue. This is one of the major problems here. The guy used to talk about, Biafra and these religions, I told you last time that I'll bring you a voice note or
yes. You don't need to yes.
Those you say about. Okay, I've not got it yet. I will try and get it maybe tomorrow or next.
No problem.
I'm just I'm just trying to do something here. This religion issue, this one. Like in that church, the time I'm still going to that church, you see a pastor just up on a pulpit with a mic and a preach. Only time I just go to China and came and China they for our war and can. It's a Michael Gini who got China. He would name in the preach. It's a return as soon as I can't go China. But they may China China they almost 1 billion 400 and something million people. All of them are go just a few people knows in Africa just
the same thing just like one of our brothers na catechism as they were in the Russia na Maruchuku. It is just during the time of Cold War. That is it. They use it in order to condemn them in our mindset. Not knowing that our people were doing the biddings of Britain, but they implanted it into religion and the catechism. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi, some Chiriku, but what the time you would that audio about that woman in Nigeria, lady way medical doctor. It's one person, one the girl, I don't know the
Yes. After he started shouting Jesus, left the kid died. And her license, her nursing license was Mazi, are you still there?
Hello?
Yes, go on, please, and round up.
Okay, Mazi, let me wrap up here. Please, you should keep on your good work. I sign off here. Good night, sir.
There, well, thank you, my brother.
Bye-bye.
There, well. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Thank you for being there for 21 minutes. Go on, please. Caller on signal.
Mazi,
there, well.
I will not proceed further without first greeting our every leader, Hamadi we took a camera and continue to strengthen him. Even in the enemy dungeons, he still remains the light of Africa, the light of the world, because he is the man that saw the truth, the man that has no sin. The only man that has no sin as far as concerned, as far as the truth is concerned. We don't took a camera, Adria. He said, Mazi, not that I'm trying to debate our brother called about Christians. He forgot something. He forgot that Europeans, their mindset, the reason they brought Christianity to us, they have similar on that. Not that religion is not good. Religion is good when it's indigenous to the people. You can't bring something that is alien to my culture and impose it on me and you expect me to believe. I never agree with that. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in their Christianity. I believe in reasoning, sound reasoning. That's why I believe in unity of purpose. So he should understand that those people he feels that they are the unbelievers, according to him, the word unbelievers. No. How do you tell me that somebody that communicates direct with the gods is now a evil person or unbeliever, and you that communicate with pastor brainwash you, saying what you want to hear? You've never seen Christ, you've never been to heaven, you don't even know how the place looks like. All you're doing is believe. Amen, give to amen. You know, tomorrow you come out and say you're the righteous. It's unbelievable. Our mother, he said something that even if when you're doing your open vision, even if it's 1 or 2 persons that were able to be touched on this your program, that it goes a long way. That particular sentiment touched me, and I want to assure you that people are listening, eyes are opening, minds are turning, people are turning back from their ways. That's why our hallowed platform is on. You can't get a reason. They've done everything. There's nothing they can do about it. I just want to bring something. Like yesterday, I was going through social media. I saw a young man from Nnamdi. Yes, I believe Nnamdi. You know, on social media, they were broadcasting, publishing him on social media. He brought out a local handset, a view.
I saw the same thing. I said it. I saw it from Nnamdi. Yeah. Go on, Mazi. Go on.
When I was looking at the program, when I was looking at the whole scenario, I was shocked. This guy produced a handphone that if it's watching your SIM card, it will tell you if it's MTN or if it's Airtel that is. And people are nobody, and probably that young man will be a member of one church, you know, saying his tithe from the money he made from maybe his daily hustling. To be able to help him, to assist him, to see through him, others can be liberated. But no, rather nature of your faith, whereby God has given you earth and its inhabitants to make use of. Sometimes when I look at things that happen around me, it gives me wondering. But I know that as far as our God is, people can't do my is
Thank you, Maz. Yes, this thing is going and coming. I don't know why, but I think we
can you hear me now?
Yes, we have captured your point. I think so.
Let me round up by saying that. Let me round up by saying that you guys should continue with the good work. It's really entering, it's penetrating. You might not see the result now, but in the future, it will speak for yourself. They will, God bless you.
They will remain blessed too. Remain blessed. Thank you very much. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, man. Am I coming out clear?
You are. Please go on. You are.
Mazi Udochukwu Mazi, I still remain unstoppable. I am calling you from my location. Mazi, you people are hitting the hammer on the head. But I want to make my own point here. I was born and brought up in a Christian family. Then as a pastor, I pastored different churches. I went to 3 different theology schools. Then as a student of learning, I want to get something in this religion.
Mazi, do you have your
There is something that motivates me.
Do you have your listening device? Please, you move away from it, please.
Oh, okay, Mazi. So, is it clear now?
Go on, let's see. I don't know. Go on.
Okay. So, I was born and brought up in the Christian family. Trained as a pastor the church which my fathers and my mother are going. I pastor 3 or 4 different churches outside the church we are going. Then on the process, I grew up with my step grandfather, who is a tradition man. He don't attend any church, and this man is a treasurer in our community. And that time we don't have any bank that we used to go. He used to keep his money in his home, which our house that time don't have a door. Everything was normal. But as this Christianity was growing, I came to find out something. In the theology school, when I went to Mekupo as a cornerstone, there is something they taught us there. After everything, when we are doing the final year, they taught us that this Christianity is a business, which if you get the formula, you will excel. Now they say that this thing we are going through is to learn the atheists to retain your members. Now they use this.
Mazi, you are not talking as hearsay. You are speaking from a.
Okay. Yeah. I'm speaking from experience. Now they said the man now go to the book of Matthew chapter 13. Verse 10 from the book of Matthew chapter 13, where Jesus came to the shore and speak many things unto the multitude in parable. Now after that, the disciples asked him a question in verse 10. They say, Rabbi, why speaketh unto this multitude in parable? Jesus makes something different there. He says, because in 11, Jesus says, it is given unto you, unto who? The disciples, not the multitude, to know the mystery of the kingdom. But unto them it was not given. And Jesus himself say to them in verse 14 or 13, he said unto the disciple, he says, speak unto them also in parable. Now, even Jesus himself says
Mazi, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Go on.
Am I coming out clear?
Go on.
Yeah. So we must worship God in the spirit and in the truth. Now, when Jesus and Samaria woman was acting, Jesus said that we worship what we don't know. In that Matthew chapter, John chapter 4, verse 22, Jesus said to the woman of Samaria, you worship what you don't know. Because we worship what we know. Because salvation belongs to the Jew. Jesus is not a Christian. Jesus is a Jew. But Jesus said there that the salvation belongs to the Jew, not the Christians. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that when I was tender, we are living in harmony. When Christianity was not rampant, we are living in harmony. We are living as a Christian, as a family that brought up in a tradition way. There is no envy, there is no jealousy, there is no anything like killing or any other thing like that. But immediately this Christianity was strong, you see the iniquity, the house was divided. Till now I'm telling you, because I am not worshiping in the apostolic church where I was born and brought up, I am in enmity between my mother who gave birth to me. He said until I came back to the church I was born, until before we reconcile. Do you see what Christianity is doing? I'm telling you my own personal experience. Even my own mother said unless I came back to the church I was born, before me and him we will reconcile. I was telling you about this restoration. My mother don't want to listen to anything concerning this restoration, but my father went to work. because of the struggle we are into. Now, in this thing, you see that when this religion come, this religion came to take us out from the original foundation which God instituted us. Now this Christianity came to make us the enemy of our maker. The Christianity came to take away the original people we are and give us back. So there is nothing which somebody will tell me. I love what this my sister asked that man, that our brother. He asked him a very simple question. God, see the Christian. Even in the Bible do not tell us that God is a Christian. Now they are not proving that God is a Christian, Jesus is a Christian. That is the fallacy. So I love what you people are doing. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. Let's go back to our origin. Let's go back to our traditions. Let's go back to whom we are. Jesus himself says in the book of Matthew chapter 5, he said, "Think not that I came to destroy the law nor the prophets, but I came to beautify it." What law? In that law which Jesus is talking about, in the book of let me round up.
Yeah, round up, please.
Okay, let me round up, brother. So in that book, in that law which Jesus is talking about is in the law which they give to Moses. God write that law in the book of Exodus 20. God says, "Do not make any other god before me, even before the one in the earth below or behind, in the high or in the earth below. No matter how the thing look like." He said, "Don't bow down to them." Which Jesus told us. There is no harm when Jesus told us to worship any other god. Now this people is forcing us to worship a stranger for which to be an enemy of our maker. So we will keep on telling them the truth, which Jesus says. Jesus himself says, "You shall know the truth, and the only thing that will set you free is that truth which you know."
Thank you.
So let our people wake up to know the truth. Take it, my brother. Keep on keeping on. May Elohim keep on strengthening you people.
Thank you very much. We must continue. You know, one funny thing, whenever we say about our tradition, do you know where the mind of our people will go? Hey, you know, it's I find it is total ignorance. I could remember even Nanyo Maka, our, shifting a landscape. Okay, is a taboo in our land. It's our tradition. People don't see all these things. It's our if you venture do it, tomorrow you start quarreling with the other person that this is where it is. They will tell you, okay, come, no problem. The community will judge it. Okay, come and swear. This one we say Nnamdi. This is you see this tree. This is where we have been cultivating before he died. This one, I say, okay, go and swear. It's our tradition. If you are sure. People don't see this quality. They say, "Oh no!" Once you say, "Oh, our traditional belief, our way of," hey, they will go now. This is what these foreigners have put in our brain. Who tell you that? Who told you that? In our land, the things fell apart. And they said,
the point is, in every religion.
Yes.
In every religion, I concluded, I qualify that in every religion, because they are made up of human beings, you have good, bad, and ugly people. It doesn't matter the religion. But when you compare the foreign religion to the traditional religion have done us more good or did us more good. Just like an example you gave. During the time of traditional religion, people were more afraid of God. Because when you come out and swear, you see things manifesting. In the olden days before the Christian religion, there was nothing like writing an agreement. A man's word and handshake was good, is better than even a written agreement you wrote today. Once you have given somebody a piece of land and you had that an agreement and said, I'm going to give it back to you at so time, you give it back because there are witnesses and people will come out and stand for the truth. There was nothing like you going to court and start manipulating things, because people believe that God bears witness or bore witness to them and ancestors were there to bear witnesses. Like I said, I traveled 100 years back in time. Mazi, where I went, I'm not here to tell that story. Where I went, Mazi, they have doors. They don't even have keys. They don't have locks. I am telling you the absolute truth. I came back with pictures. As we are speaking today, I asked my host, how come you're going to lock the door? He said, even before you came, I didn't even have doors. I said, but are you not scared? He said, why should I be scared? Anybody wants to come and take anything from my house, let them come and try me. These are people that are practicing their own traditional religion. They don't need no security. Up to as I speak to you now, these people have no bank. They keep their money in their homes, but nobody will venture to go and steal because they know the consequences, man. These are some of the different. They don't want to highlight the good qualities of the traditional religion. All they want to talk about is the negative aspect. Like the Christian religion has no negative aspect. Like the Muslim religion has no negative aspect, or Hindu. Most of the wars that have been fought, we are fought in the name of these two major religions. People have been killed even as we speak today. We're talking about Boko Haram. Is it not on the name of religiosity that they're killing people, maiming people, massacring people, killing innocent people?
You are calling it innocent. Do you know the same way this our brother called unbelievers? That is the same way the Boko Haram are killing the people they call unbelievers. That is it. That is the danger.
Then we deserve to die because we don't believe in their Muslim religion. So we are infidel, and whatever they are doing is justified by Allah. That's the way they see us. That is why they can open the belly of a pregnant woman and smash the head with their remote, because the child, unborn child, and the mother are not worthy to live because they are unbelievers. That's what we are talking about. When was the last time you had a traditional healer went and killed somebody in the name of traditional healing because you don't believe? The traditional healer can do something bad, not because in the name of religion. It's his own personal wickedness. That's why he's doing it. He's not going to come and do it. I'm killing you because you don't believe in traditional religion, because of that I'm going to kill you. No! You can never hear a story like that. You have somebody practicing traditional religion who is naturally wicked and going to hurt somebody else. He's not doing it in the name of the religion. That's one of the things that set apart these organized religions or these modern religions, foreign religions. They do things in the name of this religion. They organize people, they impoverish people, they put people into slavery, they kill people by justifying their actions that are fighting for God. These are the differences, and they don't want to touch about it. As we continue.
Thank you. You know, it's highly pathetic, but we must continue. Let me see whether I can call us on WhatsApp and Signal. Please hold on. Let me take this caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
Mazi, I can't hear you. But I think.
Oh yeah, go on, please. I'm talking to you. Call on direct line. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I can hear you. Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters, Biafrans all over the world. Chukwa Biama is our strength, and it will keep us moving forward. Mazi, you see, I think you have touched this discussion before, and you are onto it. And I can boldly say, yes, it is very, very good. The reason is because you know that the problem that is happening in every corner of this planet Earth today comes from religion. That is because of the religion issue. Let me say this. Mazi, you see, when some people do not understand what is going on, I want to put it this way. In this world today, according to the scripture, it made us to understand that there is so many gods in this earth, and at the same time there are so many
Mazi, are you still there? I don't know what is happening to the direct line. Please call somebody calling me on direct line on private line. Please, I will not pick you. Please, I don't know why you are calling me on private line. Call on direct line. Mazi, are you still there? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi. So, what I'm saying is that the problem that everybody is seeing happening in different parts of the day is because false God everywhere, according to one thing, there are so many gods in heaven, so many gods on earth. These gods, they are to make sure that people, mankind, worship them. And that is where you see the division of religion. That is where you see that our own is the best. Because
what your line? See your airtime that is finished, maybe. I don't know. You know, there is something I want to say here before I continue. Call us on WhatsApp and Signal, please. Go, hold on. You know, I would love it. People come here, they quote the Bible. Yes, it's not bad. But I will love it if people will also come to quote the sayings of our tradition. It could be also good. Yes, we didn't have written laws, but we have oral tradition right from our grandfathers, grandparents. I would love people to come when they are talking. You say, I had one of my grandfather or my grandmother that said this. No, this is how we are doing it. This is not. It's only quoting the book of Joel said. The book of, Caller, it might be funny, but it's not.
They don't study the Bible, they read the Bible. That's the difference.
My goodness me. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on Signal.
Yes, Mazi. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we'll go on.
Okay, Mazi, thank you so much. May Chukwu Kikabiama bless you and also bless my sister who has come to educate us today for our ignorance, and we've been wallowing in this nonsense all these years. But I thank Chukwu Kikabiama that our brain is really coming back the way it's supposed to be. My name is Mazi Johnathan. I'm calling from Austria, and by the special grace of God Almighty, I am the IPOB Austria National BRO. Mazi, please allow me to make this important announcement. Should I proceed?
Mazi, go on, please, go on.
Okay. Mazi, thank you so much. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, IPOB Austria is once again calling us to come and join us in ESN fundraising. And we are begging everybody, please, most especially our IPOB member here in Austria, please come and join us. If you know that you've not downloaded your Zoom media chat, please make sure you do it, because we are going to assemble ourselves on that day in media, in Zoom media chat. This is where we are going to have this fundraising. And please, the date of this fundraising, ESM fundraising, is on 9th of April 2022, and the time is 4 p.m. in the evening. If you have your biro, please write the Zoom meeting ID down, please. The number is 828-2667-5404. I repeat, Zoom meeting ID number is 828-2667-5404. The passcode is
ESN. I repeat, the passcode is ESN. Guest of honor on that day is Mazi Zurumike, Deputy HOD, Mazi Abanyim, European Rep, Madam Neneanya, Head of Finance. These men and women will be on that particular day to support us in what we are doing. The chief host of this particular event is IPOB National Coordinator Mazi Nnamdi Onwumelo. Chief launcher of that day is Mazi Roland Wabuezo Okwara. Moderator of this event is Mazi Biafran Child Nwachineke, and supported on that day by Mazi Nweke. And our fundraising organizing coordinator Mazi Michael Okoro is also calling everybody to make sure that on that particular day will come and join to make it a successful fundraising. Please don't forget that this fundraising has been approved by the Office of HOD under the leadership of Mazi Chinedu, and we are asking all of us of freedom to come and join Austrian family to make it a successful one. Please, we have also a telephone number that you can also contact on that day. Please, these telephone numbers, we have three here, and please, you can also write it down. IPOB Austria ESN fundraising contact number. The first one is +43 660 964 7511. Second one is +43 660 956 8905. The last number is +43 81 202 11076. You can call us on that particular day with these numbers. And please, before I drop the mic, I want to also remind our IPOB Austrian members and also our Ambazania brothers and Odudua brothers that we are also protesting again on 6th of April. We know that our leader Mazi Kanu will be coming to court on 8th of April, and we are protesting on 6th of April here. We are calling every Hozona coordinators to make sure that this protest will come along with all our members, and the address of where we are going to protest on 6th of April is in Kenya Embassy and also in United Nations quarter here in Austria. The address is Donau City Strasse number 6, 22 District Vienna. I repeat the address, Donau City Strasse number 6, 22 District Vienna, and the time is 8 a.m. in the morning. We are calling, please come and join us, the IPOB Austria, inviting you to join and demonstrate for freedom of our leader Mazi Nnamdi and his immediate release, because he has committed no crime. He is a prisoner of conscience. We must keep on alerting the world that Nigerian government must release Mazi Nnamdi unconditionally, because only what is asking is the freedom of his own people, and give us a date for referendum that we may decide our fate if we want to continue in that zoo called Nigeria or not. Mazi, thank you much for giving me this opportunity, and our sister, we must continue to do the needful. This brainwash that these people have given, trying to brainwash us from when we are kids, bringing something that damage our brain. Because I know when I was a little children, I used to go to market with my grandmother. Our windows and doors will be open. Everything, when we are after going for hours, come back, everything will be intact. Nobody will enter inside our room. But today, what is happening? You can't even keep your door open anymore. How long can we keep on be deceiving ourselves like this? I thank Chukwu Kabiama for this education that you guys are giving to us, that our brain will come back to the way we used to worship our Chukwu Kabiama. May Chukwu Kabiama bless you and bless your IPOB all over the world. Thank you, my blood brother. Thank you.
There was, thank you. Remain blessed. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? There, well, welcome to the program. Mazi, can you raise your voice a bit? It's so low, bass, I don't know. Make it
okay. My name is Chukwu. I'm speaking from my location. I agree to Mazi Johnathan I greet our sisters. I love this topic of religion. Last Saturday, we treat this case and promise to bring it back today, Saturday day, and it will be very better, if possible, to be bringing this topic every Saturday, so that people who have to hear we hear it and understand on how to be a human being. I want to suggest some people can come up on this topic and start to defend whoever, whatever they want to defend. We are not here to defend anything than the truth. The truth is final of the whole thing. Because one thing is this: some people like to brag something that is not important, leaving the truth over the other side. If some people to come to defend churches or whatever, we will see that at the end, we waste the whole time for nothing. It is just like Nigeria. Somebody will come and say one Nigeria is not the 50 one Nigeria. But we will ask, what is the meaning of one Nigeria? What made it to be one? Where is the whole world? A country that is big, you call it one before you call the name. You cannot answer it. But what is known is one Nigeria. Dragging himself upside down. That is black people for you. And the leaders have been trying so much to on this platform. What makes you a human being is the way you reason. When you are going left side for a period of time and it is not working, you turn the other side and see what is there. You may turn the other side and you get what you want. That is humanity. For somebody to stay at a place, wasting his own time defending nothing but nothing. If you come to Nigeria, what destroys Nigeria is religion. The Muslim side is destroyed by Fulani's pattern of Islam. You go to other countries of Islam, they are practicing Islam in a different way than the Fulani pattern of Islam in Nigeria. The pattern of Fulani Islam is to conquest, to kill, to destroy, to rape. Criminality, that is Fulani. Fulani is criminality minded. Fulani is working for Satan on earth, and that is what is playing in Nigeria. It's a different religion, Islamic religion. Go to Singapore, Malaysia, go to Dubai, go to many countries of Arab. You will see their people. Their pattern is different from what Fulani is doing in Nigeria, using Bible preachers. So when something like this is to come to open this type of topic, everybody coming to defend Christianity, defending all nonsense, just abandon them, look for people who are ready to hear the truth. If you go to Nigeria in the name of Christianity, what they are pushing here is money. What they are preaching is money, millionaires. Pay your tithe and offering. Jesus does not preach anything about tithe. Jesus preached honest and truth.
And that was what our leader is preaching. People are trying to confuse themselves in the name of religion. Okay, let me ask you, as everybody who are hearing me. These governors we have in Igbo land, in Nigeria, all of them, you should ask them, they will say they are Christian. These senators, you should ask them, they will say they are Christian. House of Representatives, all of them put together, they are Christian. But what does it mean to be a Christian? To be honest and truthful. Are they doing it? No. Look for instance. There was a news last year about 7,200 pennies that was slaughtered in Nigeria and was shipped to China. And God opened the sea. So we don't want to know what Nigeria is all about. Has every Christian condemned that in their churches? Have they preached it? No. What they are preaching is not an offering. Election 2023. Election 2023. If God open the eyes of those people inside of those mega churches, you will have it. So many of them are very human beings on their altar, doing a lot of things and receiving a lot of things. If God open the thing that is happening in Nigeria is worse than Sodom and Gomorrah before God destroyed Sodom. I wonder how long Igbo people will understand what is coming to them. That is my problem.
Thank you, Mazi.
Look at from the beginning of Nigeria, Igbo was hated till today. And Igbo was trying to continue Nigeria, was really trying to pull down the only eyes there. What is here? A group of people. I don't know. Well, I don't know myself, but I encourage our people to stop for what is coming. Biafra is the only way out. Because if we Biafra talk, the government will be arranged very well as a government, and things will work well for everybody, not in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, Biafra. Thank you very much. I think I'll pick, we are inching closer towards the end of this program. Caller on signal, can you hear me? Please make it as brief as possible. Caller on
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening, much.
Well, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. My sister and there, I love this program. Tonight, the program is to enlighten our people to understand how things has fallen apart in our place. Let me begin from what our sister said. Even the major problem I have in all this religion and all these things, so the people that wrote even that theology book, they go and if you see our people, when they go and study this theology, it fool their brain. What is that theology about? Creation, about God. And who see God? Do anybody see God? If not, all those things they tell us about the history of Moses and the Christ. I call him Christ or Yeshua. At least I know that he came from the Jewish. And when you say Yeshua, it means the Jewish name, original name. Now, the letter J exists almost 500 years ago. It comes into existence. When the first Greek people that translated everything, they don't have letter J in the alphabetic order. Now, after how many years, when the Christ has come and gone, now they introduce the letter J. If you remove J in front of the Jesus they call, what would that name be? What does it mean? It means nothing to me. So now, this is the way I have problem with our people, because there's something you say, Mazi. I know your time is up. There's something you say about the regulation. It is government that is supposed to regulate everything. Do you know here in Western world that there are certain films that you cannot show in television when the children, even they put sign that the children cannot watch that film, because it influences the mindset of that children. Because when you are doing this, like people, this is only Nollywood in Nigeria, they play film of ritualists and a lot of things, believing that when making people to believe that there is a cause of your problem, that the spirit evoke this one, evoke all these things. Children are supposed not to work with, because government did not regulate it, and this has increased and elaborated so far and make our people, they cannot reason. That is why you tell somebody this thing is like this, practically he can never believe you. He believes there's another spirit being that will even give him better information than the one he is seeing with the eye. So there's a lot of things, the factors that cause the problem of our people. During those time our ancestors are living, they have been living together harmony. There's no problem. Even those that say they do trauma within themselves, they know how to cure it. It's a common problem. Our sister said something just now. What she said, he said that something about scientific something. When she traveled and people are living there without locking doors and they keeping even their this open. Now, but somebody cannot take something there because he know. And what is that? Very scientific something. Scientific. Bring this leaf and the other leaf and the root and mix it together. It give you answer. So that's the scientific work. But people believe that another spirit they evoke from where? Where do they evoke that spirit self? Everybody are chasing devil and enemy. Who is that enemy and what is that enemy? Every day might let your enemy, your enemy cannot see you. Who is that enemy and what is it? Enemy that almost millions of people are chasing out of Nigeria since thousands of years. It's almost 100 years of creation of Nigeria. They have not chased it. That means what you are praying to chase cannot work through that prayer. The only thing you do is to change to do the practical thing. Mazi, let me stop from here. I know you have been wasting your time. Thank you very much.
Wasting time. you made a point. You didn't waste time, please. It's only to make it brief. Caller on, so please, you'll be the last caller. Go on, please.
Mazi Johnathan, thank you so much, Mazi. Can you hear me?
Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Our sister, okay, I greet you. Thank you so much.
You called back.
Yes.
Before your airtime.
Yes. I don't know what happened. That is the direct line. I don't know what happened to that direct line. I have airtime. Okay, so what I'm saying is that according to my own founding, what I discover. Yes, Mazi, as the word of God made stand. Everybody believe that their own is the best, and that is the reason why you see a killer going to pay $21 billion when he was the head of to make sure that the whole Africa turned to one religion, because he believed that religion is the best. So anyone that refuses to join
let me come here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
No, not necessarily. I will not say that necessarily he believed that religion is only the best. It's not the only reason.
Okay.
Another reason is once everybody turn into that religion, they will be able to manipulate those people because they are the pioneers. They know more than you. Now you'll be learning, always learning. The same way Nigeria is always an infant in British imposed democracy, so-called. They will say Europe will send the European Union to come and monitor Nigerian democracy, elections. And they will say if hundreds of people were killed, they say no, it doesn't matter anyway. Their standard is everything that all those few skirmishes couldn't affect the overall result. So they manage it. So it's for manipulation, political manipulation.
Yes.
Only the belief is the best. Yes. No. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So what I'm trying to point out is that the truth can never be covered. You see, when it comes to Christians, all the whole Christians listening to me tell you this, just like one of our brothers said, Jesus Christ, he was on earth. Have you one day ask yourself for this question? Where did Jesus Christ worship? If you trace this thing, lead you to the religion you think that is not that is in existence today, that is Jewish. Now let us say, what is the meaning? Christians stand Christ-like. If Christian is Christ-like, it simply means that Christ is here. When he was here, his mission of coming to this world is to tell you how to follow, the direction to follow for you to know the true God. Because as I said before, there are so many gods, and these gods, both in heaven and the earth, what is their mission? Their mission is for you to worship them. That is the work they do in daily basis, and they are successfully, they are succeeding. There are so many people worshiping them. That is the reason why there is no peace on earth. But if you have your time to take care of, if you think very, very well, you will know that there is a creator of heaven and earth. The reason why our leader Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, he always use this word, I don't worship idol. Who is that idol? What do you think it is idol? Do you think that idol doesn't exist? It is exists. And who is behind idol? That is the spirit, that word, that there are so many gods on earth, so many gods in heaven. There are spirit behind all katakata US over the world. But I want to make it clear that the reason why he said that he will not be happy to see you worshiping another God is because he knew that all these things will come in place. So I am using this opportunity to tell our brothers and sisters that the will of Almighty God in this planet Earth will happen. The will of mankind can never take place because we call it by our own tongue, in our own tongue. That is the name of the Almighty God that created everything. We call him Chukwu Abiyama. I don't know what you call it in your own dialect, but I'm telling you that his will definitely is going to happen on earth, not will of you and your own God. So it's better for you as a mankind to search the wish of God when it comes to we as a human being. What is his plan over you? His plan is not for you to intimidate others and kill others. No, that is not the reason why he did this earth. His plan is not for you to continue to cheat and accumulate or acquire all the whole world, build house in different places, and when somebody is trying to direct you, you kill the person. That is not the plan of Almighty God, and that is not a success. So I am using this opportunity to tell you, Mazi, this topic is very, very good. I thank you and our sister as you people are discussing on this, so that a lot of people will learn. But my little message is that we are having trouble all over the world today because people worship what they don't know. People are not following the direction that even we Christians, we are not following the direction Christ left for us. That is the meaning of Christian. It means Christ-like. If Christians are following the direction of Christ, they will not have problem. Then for you that is killing people and you think when you kill people you have glory, but you do what you will glorify God. No, you are mistaken, because that God you are worshiping, if God is advising you to kill people, know that that God is not the right God. Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Here, just let me address like the caller before the last. Everybody has his own opinion and views on issues like this. So I will never muffle somebody, even if you have contrary opinion or you say that Christ or God is a Christian, you know, it's his opinion. Our job here is to educate ourselves. That is it. So I think this is where I'm going to switch up the phones. I don't know, somebody is still calling people out. Let me pick this last caller. You will be the last caller. Please make it 3 minutes. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp, please. The last caller, 3 minutes. Go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi Johnathan. Professor Johnathan.
Welcome to the program.
Okay, you're speaking to a brother who's a scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud. Africa Sud is South Africa. I greet you for taking my call. I will speak on this citadel of knowledge and spirituality set up by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A prisoner of conscience for that. Thank you. I greet also our sister, Wada. I don't have to Kanu.
All as scavenging. Thank you.
Mami wa dama tu kwa no chetekwe no ka se me no me na na. Please, you see, like I know you are closing, but I want to say something. You say, can we say something about our fathers or maybe our mothers?
Yes, go on.
Hello?
Go on.
Yeah, what I want to say is, you know, when I was growing, my grandmother is my grandmother. They went to Biafa, put something on the floor. So the person who then I marry that Biafa, I see a people here charge and they put on the and then they teach you that give me the more so my grandmother is chick, she has should in case maybe Obunande Mahachuba so engineer queer or na ihe my will be Bobona. I have by Uchenkai, I urge you to because engineer queer, but if you think of it, these the people who bring Christianity to us. First of all, anywhere in Catholic or Anglican, if you go as a name as okay or Okafo, they are not going to baptize you. So those you now that are discriminated, they will baptize you with their local name. They will only want you to turn to Joseph or Mary or Abraham before they can baptize you. And another way they deceive us is that they will tell you that they are not politicians, they are not in politics. But if there is an election time, you will see that in Catholic, we go, if there is anybody who want to be a governor and is a Catholican or Catholican, the whole Catholican will go and vote for that person, and they will divide. The other one will say, the Anglican will say, no, I won't vote for Catholic, and the Catholic will say, I won't vote. But they are telling me that they are not in politics. Do you see what they do? So they lie. There is no truth in them. And now they made us even to change our name. Now, what I wanted to ask my brother from you two panel, two of you is, now they have made us to change our name. Let's say we are talking spiritually now. If we are there is an angel and they are in heaven, and now they give them a gift to go and give somebody an egg, and that person is in Africa answering Michael Israel, and the other person is in Israel answering Michael Israel too. Who will this angel really believe that this is Michael Angel? Who exactly will this angel carry this blessing to? Because the reason why I'm asking is like we are confused.
Your guess is as well as mine. Go on, please.
Yeah, okay. The reason why I'm confused is that because it looks like we are confusing ourselves and we are confusing God. We think we are confusing ourselves and we are lying. We don't tell the God the truth. Now we have changed our name. How is that blessing that we are blessing, that we are talking? Maybe somebody in Obunike answering Michael Jordan, Michael Philip, and is praying, and somebody in Jerusalem who is also Michael Philip is praying, asking for the same blessing. How on earth will you think that this angel would genuinely carry that blessing go to an Israelite who you know that is genuine, his name is really Israel Michael? So that is what I wanted to ask, because it's confusing me. Because sometimes I think some of all this our prayer, is it because we are lying to God, or is it because we are the reason why even our blessing now goes to other world, because we cannot do anything? We leave other people, they come down and change our name, take our blessing, take everything. We are suffering more than them, but we are blessed more than them by God. But now we have rejected ourselves, even changed our name. Isn't it a problem for us, Mazi Johnathan? I stop here. If there is anything you can answer me, then it's fine, or you can put. Thank you for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. IPOB members, you are my blood.
Thank you very much, my fellow scavenger. You brought a very good point there. Let me tell you this because I'm no more taking any calls before one other come in to make our pattern short. Do you know that during the time of Zionism, that started the early 20th century, mostly in Russia, Soviet Union, it spread to the extent that even after the genocide, the Jewish genocide, people started changing their names. Jews in what do you call it, in Europe, they started because many were answering Spanish names as Spanish, which they really were. Because when you go back to their genealogy, it was their great maybe about 500-600 years back that came to Spain, and rightly they are Spanish, Italians, Polish, Russians. Now they started jettisoning their era of awakening. That is why I'm very glad what is happening to us, it happened to the Jews. They started removing their names, changing their names to the new Hebrew, the Hebrew names, into Hebrew names. You understand me? So that is just like what our brother said. There's a point there. If maybe Mazi Johnathan, let's say Johnathan Israel is praying, and another Johnathan Israel is praying in Jerusalem, the same praying to the same God, the same angel. The person they know as the real genuine Johnathan is the one in Israel. So it is common sense anyway. This is a significance. I think one other platform is yours. Use it and also make your pattern short so that I will come in to close the program. Go on, please.
Yeah, I love scavenger. That's an intriguing question. This is how I'm going to navigate it, because what he touched and what you mentioned, I don't know if you understand the in-depth of what you just invoked. It's called Kabbalah in Jewish. They did not just change it for nothing, because in the Jewish Old Testament, before they removed it, there's something called Kabbalah. And Kabbalah is very deep. It's spiritual, the mystic part of that religion. So now in Kabbalah, because I belong to a school of thought that deals with this. That's a part of me that I'm not yet exposing. When I look at your name, I can decipher your mind, how your mind works. That's really Kabbalah. I will tell you exactly who you are. So what happened? What Kavenja said makes sense, or may make sense, but not from the context he's looking at it. The point is this: in the olden days, like he said, his grandmother went to consult an oracle. People were consulting oracles even before they give names. People gave names through inspiration. That's what I'm trying to say. We are not just giving names because I like the sound, I like the feeling. There were deeper thoughts into name giving, so it carried weight. So when you look at it, it has some spiritual undertaking or tone. So in that case, when they began to change our names to these new religious names, they were removing our identity. They were removing who we are. And from what I just said a little bit, I don't want to expose that part of me yet. When you change one's name, it can change the way you reason. Because we have been asking, what is wrong with our mind? Because when you go back and look at the exploit our ancestors did, why is it that we are looking like fools? Why are we not behaving the way our ancestors did? When they began to change our names, they began to alter the mindset of our people. That's a belief of what I believe, and that I can prove it. So that's how I'm going to navigate it in a little short, little bit. I don't want to go deep into it because it's something I practice, it's something I know in depth about it. So but the another argument I want to bring here is this: when you talk about consulting the oracles or going to Biafa, is one of the things the Christians used to say, it's demonic. But the question I ask them is, when you go to your pastor and he gives you prophecy, what is the difference? Is he not looking into the future? What is the difference between prophecy and Biafa? It's the same thing. It's even in the Torah. Because consulting with effort, when you consult the Torah and effort, that's the same thing. So, but again, let me just give my parting words. First of all, the guy that was talking about Christianity, that's the guy that he was breaking up, talking about Christianity was bringing good or brings good or something like that, right? Traditional religion brings darkness, and God created good, and then people are worshiping deities which are darkness or bad people or bad things. I would like the individual, because I think that person must be a student of the Bible, either the Torah part or the Christian, or all of it, the New Testament. I would like the individual to go and read the book of Isaiah chapter 45 verse 7, and I'm going to read it. This is God speaking. He said, I formed the light and I created darkness. I make peace and I created evil. I, the Lord, do these things. So when you begin to say I believe there's only one God, but according to the Christian Bible, this God says he created darkness, he created good, he created bad. So when you now begin to talk that anybody who is not worshiping according to your own faction of religion, that are worshiping idol, remember that this same God claims that he created the devil you're talking about. So that is why we don't want to get into my religion is better than your own. Because God created everything, good, bad, and ugly. According to your Bible, I didn't write the book. So if God created good and bad and ugly, why are you castigating what God created? Meanwhile, your Bible said that God created everything and looked at them and said they were good.
And I believe that we continue also from next week. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, there is something I want people to understand. When it comes to, like I said before, because I couldn't finish what I wanted to say, whenever you talk about our traditional way of worship or our tradition, people's mind will go directly and automatically to Ndina Gwonshi, which is also what this foreign religion has destroyed our mindset into believing. That is the truth. Let me give you this example. It's just like this Almajiri you are seeing. Almajiri. Now we know them as very filthy beggars. But it was not like that before. I'll tell you why. Almajiri is an Arabic word. Al-Muhajirun. That is the real Arabic word for it. Do you remember when the impostor was Al-Sudani? And sometime, was it where he was interviewed, and they asked him about, is it in America? Yes. And they asked him about what he's going to do about Al-Majiri. They say Al-Majiri because it is the way Hausa call it, Al-Majiri. The man couldn't understand. He said, what? He said, what? Until they pronounce, the person near him pronounced in Arab, because the man is a Sudanese. He said Al-Muhajirun. He said, okay. Now he understood. Because he himself was not the real Buhari. The man was from Sudan. That first man, not now. They have recruited many people to confuse. Even they train the people now into learning, what do you call it? Fulfude. Yes. Fulfude. In order to deceive people, so that they can come out now and pronounce some words in Fulfude. It's long time. The time our leader was challenging him, he couldn't come out to speak. So, this Almajiri we are seeing today as very filthy people, beggars. No. You know, that word, it refers to a person, that's Al-Muhajirun, which refers to a person who migrated his home in search of Islamic knowledge. That is the real meaning. But do you know why they were now relegated into filthy beggars? Because they were, that part of that branch, it was not developed. No government funding. That was when they started begging. It wasn't like this before. During the 9th century, when Kanem Borno Empire, you know, they started accepting Islam. Not by imposition or conquest, no, but by trade, through trade. I say 9th century, more than 1,000 years, until they were practicing that time. This Almajiri, we call it now, it was just like a school of excellence. Let me tell you, the same way you see. Do you see Timbuktu in Mali? During the 14th century, during the time of Mansa Musa as the king of Songhai Empire, Mali Empires of that time, Timbuktu was a center of learning and even trade. That is why, do you know, they had science. You know, that part was that I think Timbuktu was selected as a UNESCO World Heritage Center. Now, that was the reason why when the jihadists came there, I think a few years back, and ransacked, they destroyed some very important old manuscripts. I say in Timbuktu, Timbuktu in Mali. Because that time, even they were studying astrology. You understand? They study about species, about outer living things, mathematics as of that time. But because of conquest and lack of development, that is what cumulated into it being relegated to the background today. The same way, our traditional way of life we call Omenala, since we had contact with the Europeans, our traditional way of life became relegated to the background. What people are practicing today is just a remnant of that time. We go back that time, start no, that is not only, you understand me? So because it was not developed. That is the thing. Let me give you this example. If you have, for example, two people started building in a piece of land, two of them, they started building mansions just near each other. One reached to only lintel level and stopped. The other one continued and continued, irrespective that maybe this one that stopped had the best plan ever, big and with best. Now, but this one that completed his own, tiled it, put paints, put swimming pool, everything, and painted it, put light, everything. After 20 years, this other uncompleted building will look like rotten. It just is rotten. No person will emulate it because it was not developed. It just stayed there at below lintel level, and that's it. Rain will fall, moss will grow on it, everything there will be even a dustbin. All you'll be looking at is even, oh, this is a very mighty building, this one that is shining. Do you see what I'm trying to compare? Now,
yes,
had it been that this Almajiri system of education was being funded, he continued receiving funding from the government. Let me tell you, from the government, because right from the time of arrival of Britain, they started, because of Western system. Now the other one went almost into extinction. But let me tell you one thing: this Almajiri, the school they are going, is still the same thing that the Arabs are, or the school they are going in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, and they are producing scientists. They are producing in different kinds of professionals. But
great inventors.
Yes, but in Nigeria, these are called the filthy Almajiri. You know, they beggars because of lack of development. That is the way our tradition is. That is why, you know, whenever you talk about Almajiri, no person, everybody will look at all those filthy people. They will not refer to you the very magnificent schools in Kuwait, in Doha, Qatar, Doha, in Saudi Arabia. No, but those are Almajiris too. Do you see what we are saying? So it shows us that this world is, you need to fight to strive to survive. Now, our tradition was relegated and left in that, is it 15th or 16th century? It was. No single development, no investment. Instead, and that thing continues remaining like that till today. Now that we are going back, we are trying to go back to the remnants of our roots. The only thing we know, most of us knows, or most of us know, is okay, going to do sacrifice in a poto. Oh, we say it's our tradition, and now people will be looking down on it because time has passed for that. Had it been, it was allowed to develop with time. The same way Christianity and all these religions, it wasn't like this. Before they used Christianity, they used religion, this Christian religion, they fought, they killed themselves in Europe. The same thing. But it lacked development funding. The same way Almajiri lacked funding. That is why it is relegated. But the same set of people that are also scholars, churning out scholars in Arab countries, they are Almajiris too. Do you see the difference? Had it been, had it been, we allowed, or we are, or we were in charge of our way of life, our destiny, now we would have developed our tradition, refined it, because everything human being goes into refinement, evolution, mutation, changes. Change is constant in human development. That is it. If you stay stagnant, time will leave you. After 100 years, before you go back it becomes too late. People that time will now be looking at it as something old. Look at Japan that is practicing Shinto and Buddhism as their state, as their traditional religion, because they defended it. They didn't allow this Christianity, European Christianity, to invade them, to corrupt them. Still today they are the type of Shinto they have today. It wasn't exactly the same at the olden time, about 200, 300, 400 years back. That is what our people should understand. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So that when they talk about our traditional religion, hey, people go, no, this is bunkum, rubbish. It lacks development. If, for example, let's say Arabs now come into Nigeria, into northern Nigeria to administer the education, they will take these almajiris and build nice schools, fund it before God and man, and regulate it. Before God and man, it will become a school of excellence or a good government in the north. It takes now these almajiris now regulate. You know, it's just like you live, no matter how beautiful you are, just leave your nails for 2, 3, 4 months with unkempt. You will see that it will grow wild. It's like that. A flower, the same thing. Plant a nice flower, but don't trim it. It's a beautiful flower with beautiful colors, but it will grow to the extent it becomes wild. Even the way it grows, go around, you don't like it. It will be initiating to the or an eyesore. That is the way all these things work. But our people don't understand this. So what we are trying to do is to sanitize. You see that many, even I might say, many of us, we don't even know our tradition. You understand? Because we are not taught. You know, only by single.
Even out it, or we're giving negative impression about it, and we all run away.
Exactly. Imagine now a government comes now in the northern part of the zoo. Now they start regulating almajiri system. They should build normal schools, modern schools, everything. Now give them uniforms. Now start teaching them Arabic with even, because that was what the houses were practicing before Britain came. They were using Arabic. You understand? They call it Ajami. That is why you have Arabic inscriptions in Naira. People think that it is only for Islamization. No, that is misconception. Because some Hausas, I'm not talking of even Fulani, some Hausas don't even understand ABC, English, or reading it. You will see some of them write Arabic. So when they look at Naira, they will say Naira View. It is written in Arabic. It's a language, because that was the education they received before the civilization they were undergoing, Arabic civilization, because they were under Sahel region, moving freely with Arabs. So you don't blame them. You understand? Many of all these things that is the bedeviling us as a people, even in Nigeria, is misconceptions and misunderstanding.
That is true.
Do you understand me? You know, when they will see maybe 2 naira, 5 naira, 100 naira, written in Arab, we say Islamization. All these are misconception. In order, you know, normally even Nigeria is supposed not to be together. Because these people, Britain come and saw them. They were going through Eastern culture, Eastern education. Let me tell you, in Chad, you see, their common language as you speak English in Nigeria is Arabic. Almost everyone speaks Arab. Do you understand? And they read it. It's a language. But right? Let me shock you. Chad, majority of the majority religion in Chad is not even Arabic. Do you know that is traditional religion and Christianity in our Chad? Go and Google it. Sometimes we should be, you know, it's ignorance fuels misunderstanding. I'm telling you honestly. Yes. So that is it. Well, I don't know if you want to say anything, because I want to close, please.
I mean, you said it all. All I can say is that we have been gamed. And good night to everybody. We have been gamed.
Thank you for listening. in this hallowed platform, because this is a center of learning for all of us. I'm telling you honestly. With enlightenment, you know, you go above all this religion and say this and that. Only asking God way Christian, only asking God a Muslim, only asking that is rubbish. All we go with is common sense. Humanity, we are the key in this world. Any person that tell you that there is God that will come and do it, that is rubbish. He's talking nonsense. Do you understand? Everything we are using today is made by man. None is manufactured by God. None. I say none. None is manufactured by God. It's man that manufacture it. This world, it is human being that can make it a better place or a worse place. Nothing more. You know, before they believe when there is a volcanic eruption, maybe people that lives in maybe Cameroon, near Cameroon mountain, that has volcanic eruptions. At the end of the day, they will be worshiping, that place is a one big god that is swallowing this and that. But they will
start sacrifices to appease the god.
Science found out that it is the movement of tectonic plates, just like these earthquakes. That is it. Science found it out. Yes, molten magma. Yes. Coming out from
one of my subjects, geography. I love geography. I love geography.
So that is it. You know, ignorance is a very big disease, and that is what they spread in Africa. So that as we continue fighting each other out of ignorance, the wise people will come there, be stealing. Do you see how very, very smart way? The white people are there stealing our thing. And when you want to come to check them, they say, no, look at your brother. He's before he say he will dominate you or he will do this, and you continue fighting with your brother. Highest, they will make you security of their pipeline, and you'll be getting crumbs. Do you see how smart they are? These people, they feed on crumbs, enslaving, helping in the enslavement of the people. Like Governor Obiano, look at what he did.
It's shameful, Mazi. It is shameful. That one is so. It's shameful. It is sad. It's unbelievable. He couldn't even pretend. He couldn't even say, "Let me try to hide it a little bit." I mean, he was so bold about it, without even sleeping one night. Why couldn't he?
Can our people learn? Tomorrow, I'm telling you, tomorrow, if he come out for one thing or the other, or the wife has just as far as they have money to dish out, you see people will gather and start singing on his name. That is what the way they have made us to be. This, there's something. As I said at the beginning of this program, what they did smartly, the neo-colonialists, they made sure to turn Africa using this useless democracy, which Africans are not matured enough to handle. Because before you enter into real democracy, you must be disciplined. So that when you go to a place to buy something and there is maybe 15, 20 people there, you form a line. You will be disciplined enough to wait at the back where you're supposed to be. It is discipline. You don't try to jump line because you're an animal. But for you think it's an idea sharp. As in Nigeria,
smart times. This matter. Yeah, that's the way they look at it.
A beastly character. Do you see? Now, when they made all these things in order to make sure that they use us against
each other.
No funding, no investment on. Have you ever just how many African politicians can boast of investing on human resources, on brains of their people? You come.
No, that was the question about the young. I knew that they wouldn't do it. Government will not even allow it. That's what they should be thinking. They don't invest in you. They just invest in physical things.
Do you know why? They are not acting on their own. Before they enter into that office, they go swear allegiance to the, if it is English Anglophone, let me call it like that, because Africa, sub-Saharan Africa are the only set of people that are divided into being Anglophone and Francophone and Lusophone. No other race. After all, India was colonized also. Many parts of Asia was colonized. Arab countries were colonized by the same English, French, and the Spanish. But you never hear them call them, divide themselves and say, this is my own Anglophone, and this is my own, what do you call it, Francophone. It is still only Africa. Perfect slave. Perfect slave. That is why you see them. Just look at our people. Sometimes the book, you see somebody that doesn't know any other thing on head. He will quote the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. But common sense
is that they're saying the book of Galatians. They're talking about the culture of Galatians. That's what they don't understand, because we call the book is the way of the Galatians, is the way of the Antiochs, is the way of the Greeks. That's what they are quoting, because that's the culture of those people that are telling you. But our people don't see it that way. The question becomes, do you know about your own culture? No, they don't know. They don't want to know. If you tell them, they say it's demonic, it's devilish. But at the end of the day, who are you? What does your DNA say? They don't want to reason that way because they have been brainwashed. That's the irony of the whole thing. This thing is going to, because our brains have been buried deep. It's going to take a lot of digging, which is what we are doing. A lot of digging to dig.
It's not impossible. We continue. It's difficult. But we continue, and the people they are, imagine themselves to. We are Christians. How many times is there any time Pope have ever spoken, or what do you call it, Archduke or Archbishop of Canterbury spoken against killings of Christians in Nigeria? What they want to hear is once they are killing us in full-blown war. Now Caritas will come to show pictures in order to draw more funds all over. People don't know that this is work or job, or they will show Onyenaria Kwashoko and they show one white Virgin Mary giving him a glucose. That video will go around the world. Caritas and they're gonna appear. Rich people all over the world, they donate to ego. It is high time we become reasonable and go to, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how where the building was left to rotten, which is our culture, we go there and start doing until we develop it, bring it to a standard. I'm telling you, that is why there's one particular guy I admire. No matter the shortcomings, he is practicing his own, our traditional religion, So he built a very nice structure. Not only doing things on poto, he built, these are developments. Do you understand? So, the tenets of our tradition is simply pure. If not that I receive, look at our tradition like a male Ibiugu. We call it on the 8th day. All those things, hardly people talk about it. You understand? Because there are benefits about it, even scientifically, biologically.
It was before the white man came. It was in existence
right from time. Right from the time. But whenever you talk about our traditional religion,
Abraham got a about Abraham
of course.
So these are some of Abraham would have had before the Christianity. So how did they get to know?
Of course.
These are things I tell people. Mazi, let me tell you honestly.
You are talking on air. You are speaking on air.
Are we on the air?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, let me tell you, the truth I found out is that our true religion, many years, thousands of years back, was clean and pure. That's the honest truth.
Of course, it was.
It was clean. I'm telling you, because that is what they're still practicing, clean and pure. You don't see anything out. You don't see all these things. It got a point where people began to corrupt it and began to introduce all these carvings and all these carvings and deities, they call deities. Before, many thousands of years back, our traditional religion was clean and pure.
Now let me say this. This is a historical fact. You know, we had a very powerful kingdom, the Arochukwu, and our altar shrine. A time came, the healing cave, that bestows judgment on people in Arochukwu. But a time came, just because of making gain with the Europeans, during the time of when they were introducing selling our people, the British. You know what happened? They corrupted that and brought Ubini Babia, and they corrupted that cave. Let me tell you what they do. Now, when they before it was a sacred place for pushing out judgment, you know, for dishing out judgment, for justice. Anything that happens, if two people are quarreling on one thing or the other, now you go there to swear. The wrong person, the person that is wrong, receives a direct karma after a few days. Now, because it was a cave, do you know what they did? Smartly, when they now corrupted it, the white man, now they built through that cave, they have through the other side, they bored hole to another side where people cannot see. Now, any slightest even family quarrel that should be settled even without going to Benin Party, because of vested interest, because people want to sell slaves in order to make money during that time. Now they say no. Was abandoned for 30 years, now has 6 poultry houses with 18 pens that contain about 15,000 birds, 3 goat houses with 196 goats, and 3 houses for pigs containing 108 pigs. You know, this is a jargon, honestly speaking. You know, these people, they don't. The Sariki Fulani of Imo State, the Supreme Court Governor of Imo State, is in a mission. Yes. Do you see the Caliphate Fulani? If you hold them this side, they come from the other side. What this man is doing is extremely nonsense. What this man is doing, because I believe that through here, before you know it, there will be military camp there, and it will be the place for the Fulanis. That is it. You know, there's something smart they did here. They didn't write about cow. That is what I observe. They wrote about chicken, goats, pig, but they never talk about cow, so that people will be appeased. Oh no, it doesn't. You know, our people are easily deceived, and this is one of our problems, because we are easily deceived. I'm going to talk about it, because today, as I say, the topic is the topic of my discussion, trying to understand the causes of our predicaments. Because everybody agree that we are in a predicament, in a problem. Or the problem is identifying the root cause. The solution, we have had a solution. That's it. Solution is Biafra. Now, why we also talk about all these things, so that people will understand Because as I said before, here, what we are doing is the most difficult job. Do you understand? The most difficult job of trying to make us reason in another way. Enlightenment. It is with enlightenment that our leader gathered us together. Do you understand? Enlightenment. Preaching of the truth, which is scientific, factual. In as much as you hate the way he can insult, he can do this and that, but when you listen to the substance of what he said, you say, nah, what this man is saying is true too. That is the only thing that matters. That is the only thing that matters. As you confirm it, now what they preach here true is true. It doesn't matter what the language we use or the tune we use. That is not, all these are insignificant. What matters is what we are preaching. So this man who puts on him in order to try to appease, deceive. No, I'm not saying even appeasing. Deceive. They smartly remove anything concerning cow, because they know that from next month, after the deadline, that any Fulani cow becomes a fair game in our land. That is the reality. People know what to do, because once anything is banned, it's banned. We are the people, we are everywhere. So we shouldn't start, crying for DOS to come and enforce it for us. Oh, please bring ESN. No. Enforcement is for everybody. Once IPOB pronounces, like this ban on cow, Fulani cow, nama, not a Igbo, there must be difference. Now everybody can become an enforcer. If you go buy cow, say you want to do ceremony, or you are killing it to do this and that, anything that you see, it will be a problem. That is the reality. Because everybody now will be on the watch out. We are the grassroots, we are the people. So what Hope Uzodinma is doing, the normal thing, deception, Ruga in disguise. Because this is part of the thing, part of why he is there. But are we going to allow this? The answer is no. Our people, why we are doing, because our people have over concentrated on buying food. Do you understand me? I could remember when I was growing in our village. Hardly we buy, only maybe sometimes fish or meat. Sometimes even without fish or meat, you know, my mother will cook very tasty food, tasty soup with local things from the locality, smell, arrow, everything put together. But the Fulani economic strangulation has made us pushed everybody into believing that we pursue only paper money. Do you understand me? And I know this experience everybody, I know everybody in the diaspora is having it, many people. Our people that depends on send me. When you ask them, things are costly. They are costly. You see, so you cannot farm yam. There is land. Lion fallow. You cannot farm yam and cassava. Everything you buy, because every time you receive. These are the things that contributed to our people's laziness. Do you understand? You can buy. What we are trying to do is to reverse this destruction. I call it destruction, devastation. Because when we allow our enemies to be the source of our food, we are finished. Have you seen how many times the Fulani they will threaten? Oh, we will cut up sending onions and tomato. We will not send yam. We will not send food stuff. Full stop. Imagine that we are depending on them completely. Imagine. These people, they are strategic. That has been the reason why they dispatched their headsmen, terrorist headsmen, Fulani headsmen, to go and continue causing mayhem, killing, so that in order to implant fear in our people, so that we stop going to farms, they will occupy the bushes. And now, no feeding, because what happens in the forest is what sustains the people life. That is what sustains life. Do you understand? These people, they are strategic. But IPOB is more strategic than them. We have understood them. Our eyes are shining like a torch every time, watching which hand they carry come. As we said the other day, what they carry come today now, hunting. They are hunting. Now they know they are hunting. Do you know that normally even hunting should be regulated? Everything, fishing, hunting should be regulated in a good system of government. Hunting is regulated because you shouldn't allow animals to be killed anyhow. You should take permit before hunting. All these things are what we should do when we control our destiny. When we have Biafra. Fishing, it should be regulated in our rivers and streams. There is a river that passes a rush. Sometimes even you cannot even see big fish again because of overfishing. I could remember when we are small. Sometimes I say, "Nnamdi." When you go to Rush, you see dead fish rising up. No control. They not today they started dealing with us, I'm telling you. And we are laughing. We are laughing into extinction. But today, thank God that our leader, Mazi Kanu, has opened our eyes. And all of us now are naked wire watching. Watching whatever they want to do. Therefore, we must continue. This so-called hectare in Imo State, in a great farm, this and that, this is part of the Ruga. We should rise up and say no to this. That's the reality. Before I start, I will say stop calling these people the House of Fulani. There is nothing like a House of Fulani as a people, as one people. What we have are the Hausa and Fulani as different ethnicities, different people, different tribes. The history of the presence of the Fulani in Hausa land started only 1804. The apex, their presence of Ottoman Danfodio, who came using religion in order to manipulate the Hausas into killing themselves and conquering themselves for him, for the Fulani Caliphate, which the Fulani, they are enjoying today. You go to some places, Hausa communities and other ethnicities that are non-Fulani. But one Fulani is the emir is a Fulani man. Every other indigenous is a Hausa, but their emir, their king, is a Fulani man. They turned them into slaves, Almajiris. Please stop calling them the House of Fulani. And the Hausas should take the bull by the horn by turning against their subjugators. The Fulani, they are not your friends. They are not your siblings. Forget about the intermarriage that was initiated by Ottoman Danfodio in order to compromise, to blur the line between the Hausa and the Fulani, so that they will be calling Hausa Fulani. That is a deception. Why is it? Ask yourself, why is it that in every Hausa community or non-Fulani community in the north and middle belt, they are encroaching even down to Benue. Their Sarikin, their emir is always a Fulani. Even their governors, politicians, and a few of the indigenous people that are compromised, saboteurs. Do you understand? Why is it so? If you are the same, you are not the same. This is a grand deception. Please stop falling for their deception. Today, what is happening in the north, even news doesn't carry it any longer. They massacre. They are wiping out communities. They're Fulani on the rampage. Bandits on the rampage. Have you ever seen where they say, we captured bandits? No. They proscribe them, bandits. All you hear in the news is, bandits were bombed and, many killed. These are just talk, no video, nothing, only talk to deceive the gullible. These bandits, these are the Fulani, organized Fulani jihadists. They are using state power, state resources, organizing them and funding them, providing everything and covering them up. Do you understand? Please stop calling them House of Fulani. The Hausas and other